EDIS Global, and Al Baraka Forum for Islamic Economy. And then there are many collaborators who help us make this event a successful one. And thank you for being here to go through and enjoy and understand what the developments of Islamic finance are during the last 1 year. Then we have our local university partners, the centers at Minhaj University, Lahore, who have helped and collaborated to make this event possible. Center for Economic Planning and Development from Minhaj University, Lahore. International Center for Research in Islamic Economics from Minhaj University, Lahore, which is called ICRI. School of Islamic Economics, Business and Finance from Minhaj University, Lahore. And Al Mawaqat Microfinance. Then we have the Center for Halal Research and Trainings and Minhaj Halal Certification, Pakistan. We are very thankful to the sponsors and collaborators for their kind support. Now I would like to set up the stage for the opening session. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, the Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, to kindly please come on the stage for the first panel. Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti, he is the co-chair of this conference. Sir, kindly join us on stage. Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti. And then, Sir, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, the chair for this conference. A round of applause for our panel. I would also request Mr. Abdur Rahman Waraich, the Commissioner, Security and Exchange Commission, Pakistan, to kindly please join us on stage. Dear audience, our chief guest has also arrived. I would like a round of applause for our chief guest. I would welcome the chief guest for the opening session for this conference, Mr. Salimullah, who is the Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to kindly join us on stage to grace this conference. He will be arriving in 5 minutes. So he's entered the university, but he's just arriving into the hall. So thank you, but a round of applause for our panel. Thank you. I would request Mr. Mohammad Murza, the chairman for the Rural Development Community Program, to kindly join us on stage. We will start. Meanwhile, our chief guest will join us. We will start with the regular proceedings of the conference, and we will start with the recitation from the Holy Quran. I would kindly request Qari Khalid Hamid Kazmi Al-Hazari to please come forward and recite the verses from the Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولم يروا أن الله يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء ويقدر إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون فآت ذا القربى حقه والمسكين وابن السبيل ذلك خير للذين يريدون وجه الله ذلك خير للذين يريدون وجه الله وأولئك هم المفلحون وما آتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس وما آتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله وما آتيتم من زكاة تريدون وجه الله فأولئك هم المضعفون الله الذي خلقكم ثم رزقكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم هل من شركائكم من يفعل من ذلكم من شيء سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Thank you. Now I would request Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi to kindly please come on stage for Qasida Burda Sharif.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين. محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين والفريقين من عرب ومن عجم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته. هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته لكل غول من الأهوال مقتحم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا. يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Minhaj University Lahore and its many ventures. We would like to run you through a video documentary of all that has developed under the banner of Minhaj University Lahore and its various ventures. Can you please play the documentary?
Welcome to the journey of turning your professional dreams into reality with Minhaj University, Lahore. Founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986 and being led by the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, a very well-known educationist, philosopher and economist, Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. MUL is a rapidly growing university under the supervision of the Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. It is renowned for its excellence in delivering quality education and conducting innovative researches.
Minhaj University Lahore was founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986 with a vision to produce a generation of great intellectuals and professionals coated in Islamic moral values and love for Pakistan. Here at Minhaj University Lahore, tens of millions of worth of scholarship is annually given to the deserving students. Minhaj University Lahore has a unique features such as research and international collaborations. Here at university, students have access to all national and international e-resources and databases in a very well-equipped libraries and laboratories.
University comprises of 11 faculties, 36 academic schools, 15,000 students, 500 permanent and adjunct faculty, more than 300 PhD faculty members, 11 research centers and publishes 7 research journals.
At our campus, we fully understand and accept the profound significance that lies in attending professionals, conferences, webinars and conventions. The noble goals of Minhaj University is to conduct in-depth research that leads to a world ruled by the power of knowledge, not biasness and conflicts. Research matters in university affairs, and Minhaj University Lahore is unique. It is unique because it has highly efficient research centers such as Hassan bin Sabit Center for Research in North Literature, the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, and Center for Economic Planning and Development, and then many research journals which are recognized by Higher Education Commission.
We provide a distinguished educational experience for students based on real-life experiences through seminars, educational visits, and guest lectures. Community activities are also arranged to create a positive impact on society. Our legendary faculty is the heart of MUL. Highly qualified national and international faculty is available to mentor, guide, and inspire the students. With us, students enjoy the most safe and diverse culture while learning appreciation, humanity, respect, and ethical norms.
Minhaj University Lahore is wholeheartedly dedicated to provide competency-based education through practical learning and hands-on experience, even job opportunities and internships to its students. The university has been working hard for the promotion of societal norms, for the development of the society, and to contribute to the economic growth of Pakistan. For this purpose, we urge and provide facilities to our students to go for internships, to go for entrepreneurship, and to do the e-commerce related activities. Minhaj University Lahore believes that the universities are engines of advanced knowledge, thoughts, and ideas. And for that purpose, we have 11 research centers, and those research centers published different research reports, periodicals, organized conferences, seminars, and workshops. To achieve zeniths of excellence, we have accomplished a lot and will continue to do so in the coming days.
To increase the scientific, technological, and research thoughts and enhance the practical knowledge of our students, we have various advanced research laboratories, TV, and radio studios. MUL's proud distinction is its Ibn Sina Library, a resource center and modern robotic library. It is a multidisciplinary library designed to meet the reading needs and serve as a reliable source for the university's faculty, students, researchers, and staff. The library has an inquisitive infrastructure, an extensive collection of more than 50,000 printed and 150,000 electronic books, and digital access to HEC databases on various disciplines. Sports enhances social and cultural life by bringing together individuals and communities. To induce the sportsmanship in the students and groom them into good athletic personalities, yearly sports gala, inter-university annual tournaments, and cultural events are organized. Students take refreshing breaks from the studies at our cafeterias, where we serve health-consciously prepared Pakistani and continental meals. Research conferences offer the opportunity to learn from peers, leaders, and research scholars alike, and forge useful connections about the latest research work. Until now, 13 successful research conferences have been conducted by MUL addressing some very crucial topics of prominent fields. At Minhaj University, Lahore, we make education more accessible and easier to afford by offering numerous financial aids, fee concessions, and scholarships. Join us to unlock your potentials and be one of the leading professionals of your field.
A round of applause. Thank you. Dear audience, I would kindly request everyone to please kindly rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. Kindly be seated. Thank you. While we're waiting, our chief guest has arrived, but he's coming to the venue. I would now like to request the worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to kindly open the conference with a welcome note. Thank you, sir.
Auzubillahi minash-shaytanir-rajeem. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Worthy Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, respected Salim Ullah Saab, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, Abdur Rahman Wadai Saab, Commissioners, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, keynote speakers, paper presenters, respected panelists, guest of honors, professional bankers, worthy deans, head of the departments, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you as we embark on the 7th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2024. This year, the theme, From Practice to Impact, Aligning Islamic Economics and Finance in Light of Global Development and Challenges, reflects a critical turning point in our journey at Minhaj University, Lahore. Minhaj University, Lahore was established in 1986 by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Tahir al-Qadri with the vision of creating an exceptional institute. But in the recent past, it has made significant development under the guidance of Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors. Currently, there are over 15,000 students who are acquiring knowledge in more than 150 academic programs. We provide quality education as our aim is to provide quality education with our team of 700 teaching and non-teaching staff members. MUL is committed to providing quality education and excellent facilities. Our goal is to achieve development by implementing innovative infrastructure, all but while prioritizing a holistic approach to students' academic advancement. Dear participants, for years, Islamic finance has attracted minds with its ethical principles and unique offerings. It has grown rapidly, attracting investments and extending financial landscape. Yet a crucial question remains beyond the impressive figures. What is the real impact of Islamic finance on the life of an ordinary people? This conference is our collective answer. All of us gather here not just to celebrate our achievements, but to examine, reimagine, and refresh Islamic economics and finance, considering global realities. The conference sub-themes portray a vibrant picture of these realities. Participants will explore the socio-economic impact of Islamic finance, discovering its role in alleviating the poverty, fostering inclusive growth, and empowering marginalized communities around the globe. The post-Rabia judgment landscape seek innovative solutions that navigate legal and ethical framework that will be discussed during this conference. This conference will map the critical role of Islamic finance in supporting entrepreneurship and micro, small, and medium enterprises, driving economic vitality and creating sustainable livelihood. The world around us is grappling with profound challenges: climate change cost, a long shadow, economic inequalities expands, and geopolitical tensions are growing around the globe. The question is, can Islamic finance be a catalyst for positive change in these fields? The answer is yes. This conference will explore the prospects and challenges of aligning Islamic finance with global and geopolitical realities, seeking solutions that promote environmental sustainability, address inequalities, and foster peace and stability around the globe. Emerging technologies like central bank digital currencies and generative artificial intelligence present both opportunities and complexities for Islamic finance. The ethical implications and development of responsible framework for utilizing their potential will be examined here in this conference. The ever-evolving halal industry demands our attention. Through this conference, solution to overcome its challenges and unlock its huge potential for social economic development will be identified by our researchers. The Sharia governance, audit, and ethics remains the bedrock of Islamic finance. Participants will engage in critical discussion to ensure standards and ethical communities within these industries. They will explore their further commitments to resolve these issues. The expanding field of Islamic fintech holds huge potential. Its advancement area for future development and impactful integration into financial ecosystem will be explored. Finally, our focus will be turned to the Islamic capital market analyzing its strength in the face of global instability and mapping its track for sustainable growth. This conference is not just an academic exercise, it is call for action. The globe through this conference is not a simple discourse. We have set certain goals. It's not only discussion, but a transformation. This conference aims to construct a path where Islamic economics and finance are not just theoretical concepts, but effective methods for building just and unbiased and sustainable future for all of us. The journey requires a collective wisdom on collective efforts of scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and industry leaders. Each of you brings invaluable expertise and perspective to the table. Let us engage in open dialogue, challenge existing theories, and co-create solutions that match the need of our time. In the end, I remind you that there are big challenges ahead, but our opportunities are immense. As this conference begins, let us, guided by the principles of compassion and justice, let us struggle to ensure that Islamic economics and finance truly live up to their potential, leaving a lasting positive impact on the world we share. Lastly, I take the opportunity to extend my heartiest appreciation to the members of our organizing committees, volunteer students, staff, and sponsors of this conference. Without their support and hard work, this conference would not have been possible. I am also deeply grateful to our collaborators, especially the Al Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance as a platinum partner, Rural Development Community Program as a gold sponsor, and Pak Qatar Group as a silver sponsor. Now, as the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, I declare the 7th Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2024 officially open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear audience, our chief guest, Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor for the State Bank of Pakistan, has also joined us. Kindly a round of applause for our chief guest as a welcome note. Thank you, sir, for being here. Now I would request Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti to kindly introduce the conference and run us through the proceedings that are planned in the next 2 days.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to our Vice Chancellor. He made my life easy to open. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. He covered most of the material which I wanted to cover. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sahab. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, I would like to welcome all of you to the 7th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference. Today's conference is a part of Minhaj University's Lahore's effort to strengthen intellectual discourse for those who believe in innovation and industry collaboration. The 7th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference theme is From Practice Impact, aligning Islamic economics and finance in the light of global development. This is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So in this conference, we will explore some of these issues. This conference will enhance our knowledge addressing to some of the socio-economic and financial issues faced by Muslim Ummah in light of United Nations Sustainable Growth practice to practical and theoretical aspects to how industry and financial instrument and can be collaborated into this conference. Interesting thing is, the idea of this conference started from Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri's arriving in Melbourne as a student. We don't know him. A single man, when he arrived in Melbourne as a student, I knew living him with one of my children's classmates. The idea of Minhajul Quran started from that day, the day he arrived in the city of Melbourne in Australia as a PhD student. Excuse me, I'm a little bit deviating from that issue. And today, a single man set up a Minhajul Quran campus, multi-million-dollar fundraising effort. A single boy, young boy arriving in the city of Melbourne and raising and building up millions of dollars of assets for Minhaj. And then academics of Pakistani and Islamic thoughts were encouraged to be motivated to launch Islamic finance in Australia. And not only that, the idea came how we can, as a group of Muslim academics, can contribute into Minhaj University's campus. I was, in those days, launching Islamic finance in Malaysia. I think at that time, Mr. Salamullah, our deputy governor, was there, and I was representing Malaysia, and some of the Pakistani delegates say, traitors. Hey, you are Pakistani, eh? I say, yeah, but I'm representing Australia. I don't know whether Mr. Salimullah. So this was motivated by our Deputy Governor Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. My dear ladies and gentlemen, beside this story, let me come to the point. The interesting part of the 7th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference 24 is pre-conference workshop delivered by international experts who are still at Minhaj University Lahore to participate in our conference, to whom we like to acknowledge their contribution to Minhaj University. Being one of the co-organizers of this conference, my responsibility is to introduce the honorable keynote speaker, Mr. Salimullah, and to present a brief summary of the conference theme, which respectable Vice Chancellor already done it, so he made my life easy. Mr. Salimullah is not a simple man. He looks like a very simple man, but he is the Deputy Governor of State Bank of Pakistan, a career central banker with 29 years of experience in Islamic banking and banking, with developing fundamental instruments of finance and Islamic finance and contributing into Pakistan's economy. He was head of the strategic management to the director of, start counting, my counting end up, agriculture credit, Islamic banking, finance and executing, financial resource management, head of treasury, CFO, CEO, vice chairman of the Pakistan Security Planning Commission, the founder of the Vision of 2028 PSC. Yeah, I give up. So much contribution by Salimullah. This conference will bring us the opportunity to take the wealth of knowledge from 4 panels with international speakers. 6 technical sessions, very technical, to address the theme of our conference. My dear, in this conference, there are 13 keynote speeches to be delivered, 40 research papers, which were thoroughly revised and reviewed by international reviewers. Initially, more than 100 papers were submitted. Out of those, we shortlisted the 40 research papers. You will enjoy some of the research papers. 3 major sponsors partners Al Sadiq, RCDP, Pak Qatar Group, they have contributed a lot into this event. We are thankful to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to implement the uniform model of Shaykh al-Islam, Pir Murshid, Dr. Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri. He developed a uniform model to bring together all school of thoughts. He called it Taqleedul Mazhab. I was teaching an Islamic finance class where there was a dispute. What sort of model are we going to use? So I proposed, read a book by our Shaykh al-Islam Tahir al-Qadri, who proposed Taqleed al-Mazhab, which build bridges between various schools of thoughts. These are the answers for those people who said, what sort of Islamic financial regulations you form? So I invite all of you to look into that book, and in this conference, we will try to learn more on that model. I request you all sit back together and enjoy this wonderful sunny weather of Lahore. Coming from Melbourne, I would like to say you guys, you are very lucky to have here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. While the speech was going on, we welcome Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. He has arrived. Dr. Hassan Mohyuddin Qadri, he has arrived in the conference. Sir, thank you for being here. Dr. Hassan Mohyuddin Qadri is the Chairman, Supreme Council, Minhajul Quran International. A round of applause and a warm welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Abdurrahman Waraich, who is the Commissioner, Security Market Division, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to kindly deliver the first keynote speech. A round of applause, please.
Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Dr. Hassan Mohyuddin Qadri, Mr. Salimullah, Dr. Sajid Shehzad, all the accomplished and distinguished panelists and scholars, the faculty members of Minhaj University, the students of Minhaj, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I, on behalf of Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, express my utmost gratitude to Minhaj University for remembering SECP, for partnering with us, and for inviting us to participate in this important and enlightening event. I would like to acknowledge the major contributions that Minhaj University has made and is making to this country and to the Muslim nation on an ongoing basis. Minhaj is doing a great job through application, by teaching application of Sharia principles to the daily issues and challenges that we face, integrating the Sharia principles with the economic and financial needs and challenges that we all have. And I know that Minhaj is doing the same in case of many other walks of life. The best thing is that the approach of Minhaj University is based on research and analysis and evidence gathering. Pakistan as a country and as a society has lagged behind when it comes to research and development. And Minhaj is setting a high standard for other universities and other institutions, and is providing confidence to the public sector regulators like ourselves that reliable, credible, high-quality research can be done in Pakistani universities, and Pakistani universities can support the public sector regulators in improving the public policies and in making and setting better laws and regulations. What is even better is that Minhaj is always able to and willing to and enthusiastic about inviting international scholars, making people from all different schools of thought sit on the same table, exchange their ideas, share their research, and hopefully arrive at the solutions to modern day problems with consensus. And even in areas where consensus is not reached, this approach of engagement and brotherhood and consultation leads to mutual respect, even where the views of one school of thought disagree or different from those of another school of thought. There is still a lot of mutual respect and admiration, which can only be generated through a process of consultation and continuous engagement. And perhaps the biggest contribution that Minhaj University is making is spreading a message of respect and tolerance and mutual understanding. This is a great service that this institution is doing, not only for this country, but for the entire nation of Muslims and for the humanity in general. And we hope and pray that other institutions will also follow this standard. I would like to briefly speak about some of the key objectives of Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. The foremost objective, of course, is to promote financial inclusion in the country. More and more citizens of the country should have bank accounts and mutual fund accounts and takaful policies and pension accounts. There should be financial institutions and financial products to cater to their everyday needs, to their short-term and long-term goals, and they should participate in all those products and all those institutions. They should be using all the products that are available to help them progress in their lives. So the two important aspects of financial inclusion are, of course, savings and investments. SECP wants to create more and more channels and more institutions that can enable the people of this country to save and to invest those savings in a prudent way. And SECP believes in the power of small savings and small investments. We believe that even small amounts, when saved and invested over a long period of time, can lead to a fortune. And this is the message that we have to spread to all our fellow citizens. Protection of investors, and particularly the small investors, is a very high priority for SECP. SECP strongly believes in transparency and integrity of financial markets, institutions, and products. When you go and participate in a financial product, be it a savings product or an investment product, you should have the confidence that all the information that was necessary has been provided to you, and the promises that are being made to you will be met. That's what brings credibility and confidence. And of course, SECP, the highest priority for us is to promote all these financial institutions and financial products in a Sharia compliant manner. So that has become a mission for SECP, and this is a mission of your institution as well. So in that mission, we are partners with you, and you will see that we will also work hard and struggle and strive shoulder to shoulder with you in this mission. And SECP believes that education and awareness is probably one of the best strategies that the government and the public sector regulators can adopt. Sometimes making too many laws and regulations and enforcing them too strictly does not do the job. It is not enough. Oftentimes, persuasion, convincing the individuals and the citizens that the institutions and the products are serving their best interests, showing them how these can benefit them in their lives is the best thing that a government and a public sector institution can do. So education and awareness is becoming a very high priority for SECP. And we also believe that the regulator should make it easy for the citizens to participate and to benefit from the financial products. We think that due to technological advancements, there are opportunities to create this ease of participation for the individuals. And it has now become a high priority for us. We want to enable the individuals to participate in financial institutions and financial products with ease and convenience. All of these institutions and products should be available on their doorstep. SECP believes increasingly in research-based policy making. Experience has taught us that when policies are made purely on theoretical basis and premises, many of those policies don't work. So the best approach towards policy making should be based on evidence and research and thorough consultation and analysis. And we see a potential partner in Minhaj University when it comes to research-based policy making. I have a few proposals and requests and recommendations for the Minhaj group, sir. Minhaj and SECP are already partnering in a number of ways, but SECP would want this partnership to become more intense, more regular, and more aggressive. We would like your university, we would want your university to do research on many of the areas where we want to make new policies or we want to amend existing policies. So we would want you to partner with us, do that research for us. We would like to seek your advice on various policy issues on a regular basis. We would like to offer internships to your students and graduates on a regular basis, because we see synergy and long-term benefits in partnering with you. You have a proven track record now, and SECP is convinced that you are one of the best institutions to partner with in this country. I would also request Minhaj University to offer dedicated courses pertaining to non-banking financial institutions. I believe that you are already providing this education as part of your university degree programs, but I would urge your Vice Chancellor and your management to do some consultation with SECP also in this regard. and preferably offer a few dedicated courses. Some of them can provide a general overview of the non-banking financial institutions and products that exist in our country, and a few of them can probably be more detailed and more expert level courses if someone wants to know more about the kaful or mutual funds or mudarabas. Such courses should also be available. Finally, I would once again thank Dr. Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Dr. Sajid Shehzad, the university, the Minhaj University, all of you for inviting SCCP and me to be able to express our views. Thank you very much for that, and I look forward to all the enlightening views and discussions and speeches that we are all going to listen today, which will hopefully increase our knowledge, our understanding, and equip us to deal with our economic and financial challenges more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll take the opportunity to welcome an honorable guest, Zafar Mahmood Chaudhry Sahab. He's the Vice President, Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome, sir, to the conference. Now I would request Mr. Mohammad Murtaza, the CEO for the Rural Community Development Program. He is also the Vice Chairman, Pakistan Microfinance Network, to kindly deliver the first keynote speech. Rural Community Development Program is also the gold sponsor for this conference. A round of applause. Sir, please.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Deputy Governor, State Bank, Hussain Hassan Muhyiddin Saab, Commissioner SCCP, VC Saab, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am truly honored to be here today, share my views regarding the topic of MNC's important Islamic economic and finance. The stage is honored with national, international scholars, academia, regulator, and practitioners who have dedicated their efforts to betterment of communities through Islamic economic and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, our world shaped by the globalization, the diverse economics philosophy, principle of Islamic economics offer a unique economics philosophy, principle of Islamic economics offer a unique perspective that highlights justice, equity, and ethic conduct today. I would like to share view regarding the subject and potential for the development of a more inclusive and sustainable global economy. I am representing here RCDS as the founder, CEO, and vice chairman of PMN. RCDP, our journey has started in 1995 regarding women empowerment and financial inclusion from one village of district Nankana, Punjab. We have dispersed 67 billion in the form of small loans. The outstanding loan portfolio of 8.5 billion in conventional banking and 2 billion in interest-free loan. This is the evidence of our financial inclusion journey. Our active borrowers, 200 10,000, with 98% females. Behind this number, our staff working diligently to empower the unbanked communities. Due to empower of 1.5 million borrowers through financial services, RCDP ranked top 5 microfinance company in the Pakistan. RCDPS in providing interest-free loan in the 5 districts of Punjab. We have launched a Prime Minister Youth Agri Loan Scheme. This is not a merely to financial model, but a moral and ethic commitment to a principles that align with the belief of Islamic finance. We believe that the financial empowerment should be inclusive and ethical. RCDP believe in the innovation and collaborations. We are actively exploring the development of Islamic banking products. Our presence is a result of a partnership with Research and Development Department of Minhaj University, Lahore, together. We aim to align financial services with the Islamic principle. This collaborations marks a significant step forward to our ongoing commitment to ethic and sustainable financial practices. I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for your commitment to this noble cause. I am honored by opportunity to share my thoughts and experience with you. I also congratulate to effort of Minhaj University, Lahore, advancing the financial inclusion and community development. This conference is not then just a gathering of mind. This is platform for the deep insight, meaningful collaboration. This is a catalyst for positive change in the Islamic economics and finance together. We can shape a future that is economically vibrant and socially responsibility. Thank you, and I wish you to all successful and microfinance conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors for Minhaj University, Lahore, for his keynote speech on a very important topic of the current times. It's an issue that is being faced by the Muslim Ummah. The rest, Dr. Saab will be speaking about in his speech. A round of applause, audience. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Chairman, Supreme Council of Minhajul Quran International, worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Mr. Salimullah Saab, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Abdur Rahman Wadaich, Commissioner, SCCP, Sheikh Shabbir Hassan Mesami, Chairman Al-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Finance, Mr. Muhammad Murtaza, CEO, Rural Community Development Program, representatives of Pak Qatar Group, Mr. Zafar Mahmood Chaudhary, Senior Vice President, Lahore Chamber of Commerce, Honorable Dr. Qibla Ayaz, Chairman, Islamic Ideology Council of Pakistan, all the respectable, honorable dignitaries, guests, speakers who have traveled from various parts of the world to participate in this conference, presenters from all over Pakistan who will be presenting their works, papers, insights on the topic of Islamic banking and finance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all in the 7th continuous conference by Minhaj University, Lahore on Islamic banking and finance. I would also like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to all the co-chairs and co-organizers of this conference. Dear Dr. Maurice Shaukat, Dr. Ishaq Bhatti, and all other co-chairs and co-organizers of this conference. They have been part of this conference and initiative since the beginning, and I believe their continuous support and collaboration has strengthened this platform and forum. And this is growing every next year, alhamdulillah. I would also like to appreciate all the partners of this conference who have joined hands with Minhaj University, Lahore to make this event possible. And I appreciate that they are taking part in those activities which are important for the flourishing and growing future of Islamic finance and economics in Pakistan. I would also like to congratulate all the staff and team members and university's conference secretariat under the supervision of our registrar, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, for putting their efforts in making this beautiful conference a success. So every single one among you who have put their day and nights to make this event possible and successful, I congratulate you all. And I would like to request the participants to give them a big round of applause. Dear audience, today for my speech I have selected an important topic. Rather, I would say a proposal for a solution to a concern which is something of grave nature for Pakistan, and not just for Pakistan, for every single Muslim country around the world. And I believe this proposal has a potential to provide a solution to this concern if the governments and policy implementing authorities take this proposal into consideration. But before that, let me say a few words about the background, why we are talking about this proposal and what made us think about this proposal. In recent years, the global economic environment has undergone a dramatic upheaval, pushing countries to reconsider their financial strategy and seek more self-reliant and independent way to economic stability. Same is the case with Muslim countries of the world. The global economic outlook of the world, and more specifically the Muslim world, remain precarious because of Russia-Ukraine conflict, which aggravated supply-side disruption, disrupts international commodity market, and drives inflation. It is anticipated that their growth will slow to 4.9% and 4.3% in coming years. The pandemic also resulted in the loss of 32.5 million time equivalent jobs in only OIC countries, and a global unemployment rate decreased by 0.4% in 2021 to reach 6.2%. As demand increased, supply responded more slowly, resulting in higher commodity price and inflation in the world, and specifically in OIC countries. Talking about global unemployment, which stood at 214.2 million in 2021, down 9.5 million from previous year, but still 28.3 million above the pre-pandemic level. If we talk about poverty levels and conditions in OIC countries, agriculture and food sector experienced substantial supply chain disruption due to pandemic, which put millions of people relying heavily on agriculture at risk. The food price index of food and agriculture, according to Food and Agriculture Organization, indicated that food prices in international markets increased by 3.2% in 2020 and 28.2% in 2021. There are further aggregated by rising inflation and effects of wars in various regions of the world going on today. World Bank estimates that these combined crises will lead to an additional 75 million to 95 million people living in extreme poverty. Governments can mitigate such impact through social protection policies, but the fragile economic system of many OIC member countries are unfortunately not able to fully cope with these challenges. The lack of financial resources to provide support to help overcome long period of reduced economic activity and interruption in informal economic activity, which millions of people rely on, further added to the poverty and inequality problem in these countries. On the similar lines, if we look at the economic landscape of Pakistan, we see from June 2017 to June 2023, these 5 years unfolds as a tale of stark contrasts and resilience of an emerging economy. It begins on a hopeful note with growth at a steady clip of 4.61%. This momentum is carried forward into the next year, surging to 6.10%. However, the narrative takes a dramatic turn as an economy dips into negative by June 2020, with a contraction of 0.94% by June 2023. The growth rate has trapped off considerably and contracted considerably to 0.29%, which brings forth question about the path ahead for the country. If we talk about the foreign debts, analyzing the debt trends of Pakistan, it is evident that the country has grappled with a fluctuating debt burden reflective of episodic financial interventions and a cyclical nature of economic reforms. The inflation trend in Pakistan indicates significant economic volatility over 2 years period. The consistent increase in inflation from February 2021 to December 2023 is indicative of underlying economic pressures for the country. Export and imports of the country, if we examine them, from July 2022 to November 2023 reveals a consistent trade deficit, with imports significantly outpacing exports throughout the period. Dear audience, the IMF's projections for Pakistan's fiscal year 2024 suggests that unemployment will be at 8%, which is higher than 6.2% in fiscal year 2022. Talking about the infrastructure of the country, the lack of investment in certain sectors like water sector has had a cascading effect on the country's economic growth, agriculture output, and employment, particularly in rural areas. The persistent rank of Pakistan at 161 in the Human Development Index is indicative of several deep-rooted issues. Dear audience, we talked about economic conditions of many OIC member countries. And this story goes on in many other countries around the world, outside OIC member countries as well. What happens when the country faces this kind of circumstances? They move towards external or foreign financial institutions for financial assistance, because they see a hope of survival only by reaching out to those foreign financial institutions like IMF. So they always come to support and help countries in trouble like Pakistan. And they provide them with bailout packages, they provide them with financial assistance so that they can come out of those emergencies. But on what? They provide those assistance and financial support on interest basis. I would say a very high interest basis. So whenever this help comes to these countries, so that comes with a lot of pre-confirmed costs which all these countries have to bear to get rid of that financial crunch and crisis. I don't blame these foreign financial institutions. They always come to help the countries in trouble. Because if you reach out to any conventional model of banking or financial assistance, they would do that because that is their business model. So no need to blame these institutions. But what we need to look at is Allah Almighty and Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They have provided us with the right solution. But we do not look towards those solutions, and we run towards other assistances and support systems, leaving and forgetting what Allah Almighty and Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has given through their teachings and preachings. So automatically, those solutions will not be enough and will not be there to bring us out from the troubles we all or these OIC countries are indulged in. Look at the chart. On the screen, you can have a look on the chart of financial commitments. Or I would rather say, look at the list of these Muslim countries, how much they owe to IMF. And similarly, there are many more institutions, these countries, they owe to them. Just to give us an idea that when this assistance comes, it comes with a lot of troubles and cost as well. For example, Afghanistan, you see $375 million, a very small economy, but this much burden from the external financial institutions' loans. Talk about Pakistan,
Only Pakistan owes $7.5 billion to IMF only. And then 0.3 billion to Paris Club, and then that continues. Egypt, they owe $12.3 billion to IMF only. And then Tunisia, they owe $13.5 billion to IMF only. So these were just a few examples from the Muslim countries, how much they owe to IMF. And similarly, there are other financial institutions around the world who are lending money to these Muslim countries as well. Again, upon their request, they provide support. That's their business model. But then what happens? We'll discuss some other figures. Let's say Pakistan, in 2018, the lended money from the foreign financial institutions was around 2.5 billion in one type of figure. And then with the added value of interest repayments, this whole amount and loan transfer changed into 19.49 billion US dollar in 2021. So around 7 billion or more amount was only going in interest repayments. Same is the case with couple of other countries like Indonesia. The external debt was around, in 2018, it was around $337 billion. But by 2020, $13.7 billion was peaked and added into this whole circle in the name of interest repayments. Same is the case with Bangladesh. The principal amount which was given to these countries as a loan or money lended by foreign institution was this much, maybe $75 billion. But 2022, the value addition into that loan and that whole amount, around $5.14 billion worth of interest was added on the principal amount, which increased this total amount to be paid back by those countries to those foreign institutions. So the argument which I am making here, that no blame to these foreign institutions. That is their business model. The issue is with the governments when they approach to those institutions and take these loans to come out of these financial crises, to get rid of that financial crisis. When they reach out to these institutions and they take these loans and financial assistance on a very high cost and amount. This is where the issue arises. And this issue or financial burden does not come in isolation. And it is not in the isolation, but have a profound implication for social well-being and development in these countries. Implication for the continued inability to manage and reduce this debt could lead to further economic instability in these countries, hindering progress in areas like healthcare and education and infrastructure. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a targeted initiative and support to alleviate these financial strains and help these nations regain their economic stability and ensure the well-being of their citizens. For example, the food insecurity and malnutrition are major issues in many countries, Muslim countries of OIC. For example, in Iraq, over 4 million people are in humanitarian crisis. They need help due to intermittent conflict and fluctuating global oil prices. In Lebanon, food insecurity has mainly been driven by hyperinflation. The war in Syria has had devastating consequences, with over 12 million Syrians being food insecure, an increase of 4.5 million in 2020 only. And the world can imagine what will happen in Gaza once this war is over, and what kind of assistance this world would need to provide to, to those people living in humanitarian crisis. Dear audience, in such circumstances, poor countries approach to these financial institutions for loan. They provide loan to these nations with high interest rates, as I have mentioned, and put these countries into further troubles and economic crisis. There are many institutions working, but for example, as a sample, we will be discussing IMF to understand how this whole phenomena works. What is IMF? IMF is a United Nations specialized agency founded at Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 to secure international monetary cooperation, to stabilize currency exchange rates, and to expand international liquidity. And IMF has seen a notable increase in financing in recent times due to its crucial role in addressing various economic and financial crises in emerging economies. IMF is a distinctive blend of regulatory and advisory and financial roles, which are rooted in original objectives for which the institution was created. In order to achieve these aims, IMF engage in analysis and provision of guidance pertaining to a country's economic policies. These include several aspects such as nation's exchange rate, governmental budgets, monetary management, credits. IMF, the financial sector and regulatory policies of a country. It also assesses these policies together with macro, finance, economic, structural policies that impact job prospects and employment in that country as well. There are economists and bankers around the world. They criticize such financial institutions like IMF. One of the major criticisms made towards these institutions are that IMF supported programs have faced criticism. Their approach to setting fiscal targets, often employing a one-size-fits-all methodology that fails to account for the unique circumstances of individual nations. The critics of IMF also oppose the institutions due to conditionality it imposes in return for its loans. They argue that these conditions are often oblivious to the hardships they place on the most vulnerable members of the society, the countries. Moreover, the impact of IMF adjacent programs on social spending, particularly for the underprivileged, has generated a multitude of debates with limited and inclusive outcomes. IMF's policies, reforms often dubbed conditionalities, have faced significant scrutiny due to their adverse effects, such as undermining the fiscal capacity for investment in healthcare and education. One of the most significant criticism leveled against IMF is that its conditionalities often prioritize economic reforms over social spending. This has led to reduction in crucial public services such as healthcare and education, as governments are compelled to trim their budgets to meet IMF requirements, are compelled to do the privatization of public services and other IMF demands that has further aggregated the problems in these highly vulnerable members of the society, these countries, resulting in decline in provision of essential goods and services of these countries. A less talked about but equally critical concern is the way IMF programs aggregates the disparities between rural and urban population. During the economic turmoils, governments under the IMF influence and loan tend to allocate resources more towards cities where higher tax revenues can be generated. This urban-centric approach weakens the productive effect of education, in rural areas, leaving rural population at a significant disadvantage. These conditions often fail to account for a unique economic, social circumstances of individual nation in more severe social problems and reducing in social expenditures in these countries. The IMF's dual role as both a lender and supervisor also presents an inherent conflict of interest comprising the effectiveness of these policies. In some cases, the IMF loans has led to increased poverty in these countries, income inequality, and social problems in borrowing countries. One notable issue in IMF recommendations is the reduction in petroleum subsidies, especially in Pakistan. This reduction has resulted in higher price for petroleum products, transportation fares, and various other essential commodities, significantly affecting the general population and their cost of living. I don't blame IMF at all, because that is their business model. Any conventional financial institution would do that, because that is their business model. Otherwise, these institutions won't survive. That is their business model. But the question is with the governments when they approach these financial institutions for the services. Whereas Islamic economics and finance has a decent, comprehensive solution to these problems. If all these Muslim countries can come together to work on that solution, these problems can be tackled and these countries can be financially assisted in a more decent and respectful manner. What solution I propose here? If these countries do not go to these external financial institutions for financial assistance, so what should they do? So talking about OIC member countries, I propose MCW, another global institution formed under the platform of OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries. And what is MCW? MCW is Muslim Common Waqf, which is a beautiful product of Islamic banking and finance, which can provide an ultimate comprehensive solution to going to these foreign financial institutions. If the Muslim countries can come together and work on this solution, I believe the members of OIC countries, and not just the Muslim countries, many poor countries and third world countries around the world, they can benefit from this institution without paying the high amount of interest on those loans and the financial assistance which are provided today by the conventional institution. In that case, they will be assisted by that MCW, the Muslim Common Waqf, without interest. That will only help these countries to come out of their financial troubles and crises without paying high amount in the name of interest, and they will have sufficient to invest on their social sector, public sector, on their health care, on their education, and on the community and people living in their countries. So before I get into the details of this model, let's talk about Waqf. For those students, brothers and sisters, who do not understand the concept of Waqf properly. What is Waqf? Waqf comes from the Arabic word waqafa, which means to hold. Once a Waqf is created, the property is detained and neither the person who created the Waqf nor its beneficiaries are entitled to ownership. Waqf is a charitable endowment help in trust under Islamic law. The donor dedicates the asset for the specific charitable purpose. Waqf is seen as a crucial Islamic social finance tool that generates recurring income for the benefit of a specific group of individuals. Contributing of a Waqf fund can be distributed for a general socio-economic needs such as building places, financial expenses, establishing schools, developing infrastructure, welfare of the poor, and sustainable entrepreneurship activities. Waqf can be of many types. One type is property waqf, other is called the cash waqf. The property waqf refers to the asset or a properties that are dedicated for charitable purpose. The cash waqf is the concept of cash waqf is not novel. It is historically evident, suggests is existent throughout the early period of Islamic history, even from the first century or first year of Hijrah of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to Medina. In cash waqf, individuals contribute cash assets to waqf organization with the intention of supporting charitable purpose. With its historical roots dating back to the first century of Hijrah, cash waqf has evolved over time to address pressing cash needs. The establishment of cash waqf fund is a comprehensive process that involves the allocation of financial resources from the various channels. The sources include corporate social responsibility initiatives, voluntary contribution from external donors, deposit associated with temporary waqf, and many more. So these all become the sources for that cash waqf. And this institution of waqf is evolved in many centuries. The Islamic history, the concept in the Islamic history, the concept of waqf emerged promptly during the era of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the seed of this practice were sown in the second year after the hijrah of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he oversaw the construction of the first mosque of Quba. This act of piety laid the foundation for the very first religious waqf in Islam. Similarly, the second waqf was again created by Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he established waqf while the construction of Masjidun Nabawi, the Prophet's mosque in Madinatul Munawwara, was going on. So these concepts of waqf and institutions principally helped establishing first two great institutions of Islam. And that continued even in the time of Khulafa al-Rashidin, when Sayyidina Umar bin al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, he established a waqf with a property in Khaybar. Again, another companion of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Hazrat Abu Talha, when he established another waqf with his property to benefit the Muslim communities living in Madinatul Munawwara. Another waqf when it was established by Sayyidina Usman ibn Affan, when he bought a water well to support the Muslim community living in Madinatul Munawwara. Another waqf which was established by many other companions of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam up till today, which are benefiting for last 1400 years continuously. They are helping and supporting some of the waqfs which were established by companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah Almighty has given them the life of 1400 years. Even today, they are supporting and assisting the communities living in Madinatul Munawwara. Then this whole concept continued to evolve and develop during other dynasties of Muslim era. For example, Umayyads, they further developed the institution of waqf, and then that did not remain a charity institution only. They underwrite the educational institutions, libraries, staff salaries, teacher stipends, and student scholarships. They all used to come in the era of Umayyads. They all expenses used to come from the waqf institution established by the Umayyads. Then that continued in the era of Abbasids as well. The formal waqf institution known as Shadr al-Wuquf was established, which was officially made to select the personnel who would run these waqf institutions. So basically, this institution used to do interviews of those personnel who would hire people to run these waqf and spend money and deal with the issues. So the involvement of caliphate and the government judicial oversight were instrumental in ensuring effective Waqf practices during these dynasties and era. Similarly, the Ayyubid dynasty in Egypt, they did a lot of evolution and development in Waqf institution. They tracted the agriculture, land became Waqf properties managed by Baitul Mal in their era. King Nuruddin, he evolved this institution much and established a lands under Waqf institutions which used to benefit the institution, the government financially as well as developing the infrastructures and institution. Similarly, in the time of Salahuddin Ayyubi, this Waqf institution further evolved and developed, and he dedicated the lands for establishing educational institution, medical institution, as well as for the earnings of the nations. Later, in Mamluk dynasty, Waqf played a pivotal role in the development of economy. And then similarly, other caliphs and the rulers of Muslim states, they continued till the time of Ottomans arrives. The Ottoman Empire territorially expanded to the rest of the world, and and as they continued establishing their control around the world, so continuously they kept on working on the institution of Waqf. So the Turkish lands and productive lands, they brought under the institution of Waqf. So this evolution of Waqf in the Ottoman Empire was not limited to traditional land-based endowments only. Even the minorities, they became interested in the institution of Waqf established by the Muslim governments. The practice of Waqf extended beyond the Muslim majority to encompass minority communities such as Christians and Jews living in the Ottoman Empire and era. These communities adopted the Waqf institution, finding it advantageous and compatible with their own religious economic interests. Originally, the Muslim practices, that is why if today the Muslim world could establish Muslim common Waqf, that's why I said that won't be there for only Muslim countries. Even around the world, whoever country is troubled by paying a lot of interest against those loans, they all can benefit with those financial institutions established under the concept of Sharia compliance and under the concept of Sharia law. So these institutions can benefit the whole society. Why? Because Islamic economics, Islamic banking and finance is not just for the Muslim countries, but it is a beautiful alternative to all other economic systems prevailing today in the world. That's why we all propagate, and Minhaj University is propagating Islamic economics, banking and finance for last many years. Dear audience, they did so due to the perceived advantage these minorities they understood. The practice of Waqf was popular within the Ottoman Empire, where religious endowments were established to support essential urban amenities. Even during the Ottoman empires, now the city infrastructures, they were established and developed by the Waqf institutions, including religious institutions, modern educational institutions, even commercial complexes and residential complexes were established and developed by these Waqf institutions during the time of Ottoman Empire. The Cyprus Ottoman Waqf had a significant presence, spanning the years from 1571 to 1878. A notable turning point in the administration of Waqf across the Ottoman Empire occurred in 1826, when their management was centralized under the Imperial Awqaf Ministry of Ottoman Empire. So these were few examples from the history of Islam that this institution has proved to be the successful one, without putting a lot of burden, economic burden on the countries or states or principalities, and giving a lot of financial assistance towards developing more institutions, medical institutions, educational institutions, residential institutions, commercial complexes by Waqf and social finance tool. When Islam and Islamic economics has such a beautiful example and solution, why going towards interest-based solution for our economic crisis? Why cannot the Muslim countries, they can come together to establish Muslim common waqf? There has a lot of money I see traveling in Middle East. On single buildings, they are spending $2 to $3 billion. When we talk about these financials, when we look at these financials, that how much lending these IMF or other financial institutions are doing towards these countries, how much they would have done? $100 billion? $150 billion? I believe only 10, 12 Muslim countries, they can come together to bring this much amount together as a pool in Muslim common waqf and start lending the money, start donating the money to the economies in crisis, to start lending the money and giving the money to the economies in crisis, and establishing medical complexes, establishing airports, establishing institutions, establishing scientific laboratories, space centers, and many more. They can do that with this much amount of money if they could bring this much amount together under the platform of Muslim common waqf. It's just a matter of decision and moving towards this concept. For no other reason, just to give another economic solution to the problem. That the countries has seen interest-based economies or interest-based loans and financial assistance has not given anything to the countries. Here we are talking about Islamic finance. And this solution is given by the Islamic finance. That Islamic finance has a potential to give an interest-free product to the world, which can bring these economies. And I believe even the non-Muslim countries and economies will benefit and appreciate this product. Once the Muslim common waqf is established, they will have a benefit from that. So this envisioned model, I believe, will have a lot of support. So now, coming towards end, let's move towards the flow chart of the process of this proposed model. You can look at on the slide the flow chart. Just put the flow chart on the screen, yes. Now, I will go point by point to describe that what is the proposed model. So the Islamic countries will actively engage in MCW, Muslim Common Waqf Fund, by giving financial resources. Contribution will be made willingly, and countries will select how much to give based on their ability and willing to support the effort. Contribution will be typically be in the form of monetary waqf, indicating these countries' commitment to MCW, fund goals, and ideals. Once the donation from the participating Muslim countries are collected, they will be placed into the MCW pool. This pool will serve as a central holding account in which the fund contributed will be consolidated. The money management and disbursement staff will oversee the MCW pool. The team will be in charge of overseeing MCW funds' overall financial functioning. In collaboration with MCW pool, the money will be transferred to the designated beneficiary validation team by fund management and payout team. This crew will be an important checkout point in the process. To validate the country or organization or a project seeking financial assistance, the beneficiary validation team will perform through the transparent examination process, will include a thorough examination of recipient. After the validation process is complete, the beneficiary validation team will present their findings and recommendation to a funds allocation approval board. This money management and distribution team will be tasked with the disbursing the allocated monies. They will carefully, precisely carry out the decision of the funds allocation approval board. In addition to direct financial assistance, a portion of MCW pool money will be dedicated for a various capacity building projects. These initiatives will include interest-free loans, sustainable development goals, development projects, financial literacy, Islamic finance education, other forms of education, research funding, and scholarships. The MCW fund will assure openness, accountability, effective resource usage by following these clear and precise steps. Global MCW fund will stand out as a viable and appealing alternative to IMF and other external financial institutions. It will represent not just the resolve of Islamic nation to achieve self-sufficiency, but also a deep spirit of mutual assistance and solidarity. It will not only be about overcoming financial difficulties, but also about remaining resilient in the face of natural disasters. This concept has a potential to have a huge influence. As a result, it will have a good rippling effect on humanity as a whole. It will be a more than just a financial organization. It will be a tribute to teachings of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. To ensure all these contributions, investments, and payments adhere to Islamic financial principles, the MCW fund should adopt a standardized Sharia compliant structure. To ensure Sharia conformity, this framework should be established with the help of Islamic scholars and financial specialists. The Waqf pool of MCW fund will be managed with focus on maximizing profits while adhering to Islamic financial standards. To do this, the pool will be overseen by the professional staff with expertise in Islamic finance and asset management. According to Sharia principles, they will diversify their interest with the interest which may include real estate, shares, and other authorized investment options by the Sharia scholars. To maintain openness, regular reporting and audit of the pools performance will be carried out. To ensure the fund development and sustainability, the MCW shall have a clear policy of reinvesting Waqf asset. Returns on these assets will be reinvested into the Waqf pool or used by a charitable purpose. In accordance with the fund objective, the fund's mission will be governed and reinvested strategically, which will be guided by the Islamic principles. And all these, so the loan or financial assistance will be provided to the nations interest-free, whereas the Waqf investment will be reinvested to increase the Waqf amount or the pool or a fund of the Waqf so that those service can continue. The MCW fund can evaluate a variety of suitable options for reinvesting cash Waqf asset and property Waqf revenue. Some of these choices include issuing Waqf sukuk, Islamic bonds to raise cash for specific projects, investing in Sharia compliant equities or enterprises, Waqf shares, and using the funds for the charity efforts that align with the fund's goal. Every investment option adhere to Islamic financial standards. The Waqf pool will be used wisely to support programs, initiatives that are in line with the fund's mission and goals. The financial technology will be used, blockchain technology will be used to ensure the transparency and security of all those agreements made between the countries as well as the institutions. Last but not least, our honorable guest, the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan is here. So I would also like to propose this global model can also be applied on the national basis as well. When we go towards conventional financing options even within the countries, local laws, why cannot we establish a common Waqf within the countries under the supervision of State Bank of Pakistan or any other relevant authority in the country where the investors can come in? That model can be a social finance tool or a business model, whatever is suitable, where the funds can come together to assist the countries as well as the projects. So to support Islamic financial, through the Islamic financial tools, social finance tools, to assist the countries in trouble. Last but not least, this was a humble suggestion and advice, not a criticism to any international institution. They all are doing well in their own jurisdiction and supporting the countries in trouble. But when we talk about Islamic finance, when we talk about Islamic economics, so Allah Almighty and Sayyidina Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, they have provided us with a comprehensive solution in the light of those teachings of Islam and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which are Sharia compliant and Sharia related, which can provide a solution, which solution can bring these economies out of their economic crisis interest free. So that will not increase the financial burden. Rather, they will bring out these nations out of economic crisis and they can support these countries in their development. If these Waqf model and institution has proved to be successful in 1,000 years history, if Ottoman Empire can become the topmost empire in 700 years with Waqf institution without interest paying models of financial assistance, why cannot today the Muslim world can look into these kind of options? If those dynasties like Umayyads, like Abbasids, like the Khulafa Rashidin, and all these dynasties and rulers and the governors and caliphates of Islam, if they can develop their infrastructure, interest-free financial assistance, why cannot 55 countries of the world, members of OIC countries, can come together to resolve and come up with a solution? Maybe 2-3 countries can come up with the model and idea, everyone will follow. I believe if the relevant authorities can look into this proposal, there are many more ways and channels we can come out of our crisis within our countries and collectively, globally. And the whole world, all the Latin America, Africa, and all these countries, does not matter which religion we all belong to. When talking about humanity, we all are together. When everyone is in crisis, so it is our collective responsibility to work together to come out of the financial issues and pressures together as a humanity, as a member of humanity at large. In the end, I would like to congratulate again all the organizers and team members of the Minhaj University Lahore, as well as our worthy, respectable, honorable guest dignitaries who have joined this conference. May Allah Almighty make this conference a successful one, and for whatever objectives we have gathered here for, Allah Almighty bless us with strength and the power to resolve and address the issues faced by the country and the world. Thank you very much. Wassalam.
Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Khurram Shehzad kindly announce the Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Thank you very much, dear audience. Now it is the time to announce Lifetime Achievement Awards in Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance. Minhaj University Lahore recognizes outstanding performance and contributions of the experts, academicians and professionals for their devotion, long-standing devotion to the Islamic finance, economics and banking. So this year too, we have considered, and our committee, scientific committee, has considered several names for the award of the Lifetime Achievement Award. So the two names that we have decided as per our tradition and custom, the first prize goes to Professor Dr. Humayun Dar. Professor Dr. Humayun Dar is the Director General at Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance, UK, and he is the Director General of Islamic Institute of Islamic Finance, a research institute specializing in the financial sector of the countries with significant proportion of Islamic banking and finance. Prior joining to Cambridge IIF, Dr. Dar served as DG Islamic Research and Training Institute of Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah. He is a Sharia advisor of different commercial banks such as Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, Arab Asset Management, Omarco Holdings, Hong Leong Islamic Bank Malaysia, Hong Leong MSIG Takaful, Alliance Global Investors Luxembourg, and UMAX Securities.
He has served as Managing Director at Edush Bank and CEO of its Islamic finance subsidiary. He has also been a visiting professor at different universities at UK for Islamic finance and economics. The second name that we have is Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Mansoori. He is the former Vice President, International Islamic University, Islamabad, and currently Resident Sharia Advisor of Askari Ikhlas Bank. Professor Mansoori holds PhD in Islamic Studies from the University of Punjab and an LLM in Sharia from the IIUI Islamabad. He has made significant contributions to the fields of Islamic banking and finance, Islamic jurisprudence, and various other aspects of Islamic law related to banking, economics, and finance. He holds different positions such as Professor of Sharia, Director of Sharia Academy, and Vice President at the International Islamic University, Islamabad. And then Dr. Mansoori has also been actively involved in Sharia advisory boards and committees related to Islamic finance, both at national and international levels. So now I would request, after this introduction and announcement, I would request Deputy Governor Salimullah Saab from State Bank of Pakistan to join Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri in front of stage for the award of these Lifetime Achievement Awards. I would also request Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri Saab to please join our chief guest, Mr. Abdul Rahman Vadaich, the Commissioner from SCCP, dear Worthy Vice Chancellor. I would request him to accompany the guests, Mr. Murtaza Saab and Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti. So first I would request Professor Dr. Tahir Mansoori Saab to receive his Lifetime Achievement Award.
A round of applause, audience.
आपकी तालियों से, your round of applause and the noise should recognize their lifetime achievement and their long-standing contributions. I would also request Qibla Ayaz, Chairman, Islamic Ideological Council, to please accompany the guests. Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Mansoori. Please, a round of applause.
A huge round of applause, please.
I would also request Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab from Al Sadiq Institute to please join our chief guest and other panel for the awarding Lifetime Achievement Award to Professor Dr. Tahir Mansoori Saab. It has become the custom of Minhaj University Lahore to recognize the experts of Islamic economics, banking and finance, to recognize their long-standing lifetime contributions in Islamic economics, banking and finance, and to recognize them. And it has become our own seventh distribution of the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Now I would request Mr. Mughis Shaukat to please come forward to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award of Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, who couldn't join unfortunately, but Mr. Mughis Shaukat will receive his Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Dar has been very much instrumental in organizing these conferences at Minhaj University Lahore. I would say again a big and huge round of applause. Dr. Humayun Dar Lifetime Achievement Award. And we believe that Mr. Mughis Shaukat will hand over it to Dr. Dar timely for good celebrations.
Inshallah.
Mr. Mughis Shaukat, Dr. Bhatti, Dr. Dar, Dr. Rizwan Malik, they have been very much instrumental, very much recognized in this university. This is their real conference. Now I would request our panel to please join the stage again. I would request Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to please join the stage. Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Mr. Abdur Rahman Vadaich.
से एक टीम आपस में मिलती गई
Sorry, we're misunderstanding. Now it is the time to launch some of the very outstanding books. They've been penned by Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. I would request Mr. Hasnan Ali, Deputy Director ICRI, to please announce those books, and then afterwards we will do the launching of those books.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished scholars, I am honored to welcome you at this conference and announce that in total 7 books will be launched over the course of 2 days of our conference. Today we will launch 3 of those 7 books. The first book of the day is Beyond the IMF, the emergence of Muslim Commonwealth as an alternative for Muslim countries. Worthy Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri already enlightened us about the theoretical foundation and technicalities of the model and its application. So this book is about the Waqf and Muslim Commonwealth as a solution and viable solution, and has a huge potential to the socio-economic challenges faced by the Muslim countries. Please have a big round of applause for the first book of the day, Beyond the IMF, the emergence of Muslim Commonwealth as an alternative for Muslim countries, authored by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. The second book of the day is The Global Halal Industry, a research companion, is set to be published by the Routledge, an internationally reputable publisher. This book is about the global halal industry. This book covers the major sectors of the halal industry, including halal foods, halal fashion, and other sectors. This book is not only about the theoretical or Sharia principles of these sectors. This book also covers the practical and implemented parties and their solutions, their applications in the halal arena. The third book of the day is Islamic Microfinance Landscape Models and Future Prospects. It is authored by Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Hasnan Ali, and is set to be published by De Gruyter, Germany. This book is first of its kind in Islamic microfinance, which is act as a single platform to understand holistically Islamic microfinance, its landscape, its models, and its future trajectory. This book does cover the 10 models, 7 case studies, and other blended models, and also provide the challenges faced by the microfinance institutions, and also propose some solutions and recommendations. So have a big round of applause for these 3 unique works penned by Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and other author.
And the other author
Thank you
is Mr. Hasnan Ali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasnan Ali. Now I would request Mr. Salimullah to please join us back on the stage. Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Mr. Murtaza, and then Mr. Abdur Rahman Bulaij to please join us again on the stage. Now I would request Dr. Qibla Ayaz, Chairman, Islamic Ideological Council of Pakistan, to please deliver his keynote speech or share his remarks and thoughts about Islamic economics and finance and about this conference. Please, I would request you to welcome him with a big round of applause. Dr. Qibla Ayaz.
نحمده ونصلي ونسلم على رسوله الكريم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. A great honor for me indeed to be part of this international conference on Islamic economics. I was greatly thrilled to be benefited by the very enriching address which was delivered by Dr. Hussein Muhyiddin Qadri. I believe that in a very convincing manner, he very ably highlighted the alternative model for giving economic riddance to the Muslim world, and not only to the Muslim world, but to the underprivileged and weaker communities of the globe. Waqf, endowment, indeed one of the strongest institute of Islamic economic system in history, from which the humanity has benefited a great deal throughout the course of history. And it is not only in the Muslim world where we witnessed through the eyes of history that humankind was, and the lot of life of humankind was uplifted by the Institute of Waqf. But we are also learning from the Western history that greatest institutions, academic institutions of the West, Oxford and Cambridge, they were based on endowments. And for a very long time, and even today, the graduates of Oxford and their students and their alumni, they are providing guidance in multiple fields of human activity to the entire world. History can turn its side again if we decided to go back to our roots, roots which are not outdated, which are still relevant. Dr. Hussein Muhyiddin very rightly said, and I fully agree with him, that we do not need to complain about IMF or World Bank or Paris Club. They have their own models. They do not request us to request to them. We go to them. Is it not possible that we decide that we have the potential not to go to anywhere? Muslim countries' Waqf is a viable alternative, great potential. So, with these words, I express my gratitude, and I am indebted to be part of this conference, and in the company of not only the national experts and delegates, but international delegates as well, that they are now part of this conference. And I hope and I look forward that in the hours to come, more enriching papers would be read, they will be published, and we hope that this will be a very base, good academic base for our future generation to tread on and to adopt the alternative modalities which are being proposed in this conference. 8th February is ahead of us. And my 70 years experience of life has taught me one lesson, that always and even today, political stability and peace are two very important keys to economic stability and to self-reliance. So let us join in prayers that the 8th February elections provide us with a strong and stable political system, political government, which will hopefully bring political stability and as a result, economic stability, and the models which are presented today, I hope, in the form of 4 books, will become a dream comes true. With these words, I thank you very much indeed. May Allah, great Shadow, be with us. Wa akhiru dawana and alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, sir. Dear audience, I would like to request the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Salimullah, the Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to kindly come and deliver his keynote speech. A round of applause.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Very dear Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri, Qibla Yaz Sahib, Professor Dr. Shahzad Sahib, Abdul Rahman Walaj Sahib, please forgive me. When I landed last night, I was okay, but in the night, I don't know what happened, that I'm not having a good throat. But still, I would like to share my ideas and views on this very, very important event. So, it's a real pleasure and honor to be here in this very, very important conference. And let me congratulate Minhaj University for organizing this event. This is an event which is taking place at a very important juncture. And the juncture is that both globally as well as domestically, we have been facing numerous challenges. And these challenges are the result of our somewhat indisciplined behavior. The challenge that we see with respect to huge income inequalities. The challenge that we see with respect to the climate changes. That climate change challenge only has put an existential risk to the universe. And that is the result of the indiscipline that we exercised while adopting various development models. And then there is a juncture when the Shariat Court of Pakistan has given a verdict for complete transformation of economy on the Sharia principles. And there is a juncture when we see that there are numerous efforts with respect to promotion of Islamic finance in the last 2 decades. And there have been tremendous growth, both within Pakistan as well as internationally. But what kind of impact that growth of Islamic finance has made on the lives of the people, that is rather questionable. That although we need to see that if that was only needed, that we have 20% growth or 30% growth or 50% of the overall banking in some of the countries is being done on the Sharia principles. But still, we can't see the impact. My very dear Hussain Mohyuddin Sahab gave a very passionate speech with respect to the virtues of Islamic finance and the Waqf model that he has presented. And I fully agree with him that this is an instrument which so far we have not fully tapped, we have not fully utilized. And there is an urgent need that if not internationally, if not at the OIC level, but at least at the national level, let's start using the instrument and institution of Waqf to propagate Islamic finance, particularly to address the severe and abject poverty issues that we are facing. We can witness huge level of disparities. When you would see that, let me give you an example. There was a very sort of a common or a viral videos going on the social media of a particular marriage. On those marriages, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 functions. And each function is having 40, 50 dishes being served to the guests. Hundreds of millions of rupees being spent on just 1 or 2 functions. But at the same time, we see a whole lot of deprived people not having enough to have even 2 meals a day. So these huge disparities can be addressed by using the institutions of Waqf. But let me emphasize one thing. That the problems that countries like Pakistan is facing will only be addressed. Sure, I will take a break. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I was discussing that the problems that we face, we'll have to address these problems by disciplining ourselves. You would see no house can operate if it has an imbalanced budget. If I'm earning, say, 100,000 rupees and I'm spending 200,000 rupees, my house can never be sustainable. I would always be in trouble, requesting my friends to help me. So the solution only lies either I reduce my expenses or I increase my income level. So the countries like ours, unfortunately, we have been spending like that we are the billionaires, and there have been an elite capture. Let me say this. We have been spending as if our currency, PKR, is just like the US dollar, and everybody in the world will accept that rupee in consideration of the goods and services that we have procured from those countries. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So you will have to discipline yourself. We are a country which is one of the lowest tax to GDP ratio in the world, around 9%. Our rich people are not ready to pay taxes. They are ready to spend lots and lots of money on extravaganza, on conspicuous consumption. So that discipline will have to be there, be it the CWC, the MCW, the Muslim Common Waqf, or the IMF, or the World Bank. Everybody would ask you to discipline yourself. So we'll have to discipline ourselves. We'll have to import only to the extent for which we have the capacity to pay, and slowly and gradually build your capacity so that we should be able to talk with full with our full height, and have that eye to eye and conversation with all those donor agencies. So let me say this. Islamic finance principles, Islamic economic principles provide us the solution. But it is our own disbelief. Let me say this very confidently. It is our own disbelief that we are not ready to accept the value proposition that is being offered by Islamic finance. We still have that blind faith in that conventional financial system. And that's why I said in my earlier remarks that despite in this tremendous growth of Islamic finance in the last 2 decades, what is the impact? Where is that impact? Because the model that we are pursuing has been somewhat that I will be tailoring my products in a way so that I would be able to find the risk profile, the return profile, which is very, very close and nearer to the conventional system. And that is the reason you would see all these inequalities, be it at domestic level or at the global level. You would know, or most of you will know, 1% richest people in the world have wealth which is more than the rest of the 99%. So, that was not something which was the desire and teachings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us, the scholars are sitting here. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to see broad-based prosperity. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't want to see that a few buckets of extravaganza and wealth and glamour and everything, and then the galaxies of poverty and deprivation. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't want to see. And that's why we have been, and those who have been given the resources as a trustee, let me say this, these resources have been given to you as a trustee, and being a trustee, you are duty bound to abide by the overall confinements and the requirements of the donor. The donor is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, what we're doing, well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us that distribute zakat, sadaqat, khairat, all these things. But at the same time, these zakat, sadaqat, khairat, very important, including the institution of waqf. But at the same time, Rabb wants us, let's use each and every productive asset, each and every asset, be it the financial capital, be it the lands, be it the human capital in the form of intellect, every resource that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us, the natural endowments, etc. Everything should be put to the productive use so that the new wealth can be generated. We can only feed the growing population if we are creating further wealth. If we are not creating wealth, then we will always be begging to others. So we will have to create wealth by deploying all our resources, human, physical, financial, everything. Nothing should be left idle. Then we will be able to generate wealth. But this is not sufficient. Just wealth creation is not sufficient. We will have to make sure that the wealth so created is being equitably, justly, and fairly distributed amongst the providers of the resources. If I have given given my skill mix, my abilities to manage things, somebody else has given the financial capital, somebody else has given the physical capital, each and every provider of the capital should be fairly, justly, and equitably compensated. Should have that share in that wealth that has been created. So right now, you would see either it is the conventional banking system or the Islamic banking system. Although they are partly contributing towards wealth creation, I'm saying partly, not fully, but they are a complete failure with respect to the equitable distribution. And that equitable distribution would only come when we have that faith and belief in the utility and ability of Islamic economic principle of risk and reward sharing. What we are as a nation, as well as, I'm not saying it's only the issue with the banking system, it's also the issue with our business community. So the banking system is not ready to take the business risk. Banking system is just banking and the financial system. They are just willing to take the credit risk. That if I gave you the funds, so I just make an assessment that whether you would be able to pay it back to me or not. But I'm not ready to take a risk on your business because I have that's something in my mind, on the back of my brain, that let's fix everything right at the beginning so that even if he loses everything, my money should remain secure. So there is that element of greed is there, that I'm not concerned with the success of your business. I'm concerned that whether you have the ability to repay. For that purpose, I do make some cash flow analysis, but still, I will see that the banker sitting here would agree with me. Their primary reliance, be it the conventional, be it the Islamic banks, has been the collateral. That if that business goes bust, I will be able to encash the collateral given by the borrower or the business and then get my money back. And similarly, on the part of the business community is not willing that if they are earning very handsome returns on their businesses, they are not ready to share those returns with the banks and onward with the depositors. So that's the dilemma. That's something which is our belief system needs to be properly adjusted. So I would be happy if, as a result of this conference, we can have that commitment that we will be promoting the true risk and reward sharing mechanisms, instruments for financing our various business needs, so that we should be able to take real benefit of the Islamic financial system. So what the institutions like Minhaj University can do in this respect? We have not taken adequate amount of research and put due amount of effort in developing the proper risk management systems. That if I would give you some funds on profit and loss sharing basis, so what are the possible risks and how those risks could be mitigated? Let's do that modeling, and then we should be able to test those models developed by the faculty members, by the students at different platforms. Let's transition away from the current paradigm. That the current paradigm has been, let's take a conventional banking product and see that what kind of structure I can develop so that it would match the risk and return profile of a conventional instrument. If we want to take the real benefit of Islamic economic and financial principles, we will have to have first that belief system that yes, this is the solution. And that I'm not saying that because I'm preaching deen here. Deen is something which is, to me, which requires you to make your daily life in, in compliance with the requirements of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the teachings of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not that I just offered a prayer and now I'm free to do everything. It's in our daily life. Are we just? Are we honest? Are we fair? Nabi sallallahu used to, he has been a trader and he used to inform the buyers that this packet of date is having some moisture and that packet of date is not having the moisture. Fully transparent, putting everything on the table and then letting the buyer to decide that which decision the buyer has to take. So to me, Islamic finance and Islamic banking is a movement, is a tahreek, is a movement towards aligning our daily life with the teachings of Nabi Sallallahu with the commands of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. It's not possible that I'm not truthful, I'm not honest, I'm not fair in my dealings, but at the same time I'm preaching Islamic finance. So my um, request to all the participants and the audience would be that let's see that how can we take benefit from the true value proposition of Islamic financial system. Lastly, we have the Sharia court decision whereby the whole economic system and the financial system is to be transformed on the Sharia principles. And extensive effort is going on at the state bank level, at the banks level, as well as at the SECP level, so that we should be able to transform our policies, our regulatory framework, the legal framework, products, etc., which are in conformity with the Sharia. But here again, I would caution that while we must proceed towards that transformation as decided by the Shariat court, but at the same time, my dear professionals and colleagues having the Sharia knowledge as well as the economics and financial knowledge, it is the duty of all of us to see that we develop such a system that when it transforms, we are able to reap the real value proposition of the Islamic financial system and the Islamic economic system. It should not be the case that we have just transformed to showcase ourselves to the world that we have transformed without having the real value proposition. So that will be my sort of a desire as well, that we will be working together so that we can take the real benefits of Islamic economic and financial system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are now going to present some shields of appreciation. So I would request Deputy Chairman Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri to kindly come in front of the stage, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Dr. Hassan Mohyuddin Qadri. If I could request our honorable guests to kindly come in front of the stage for the awarding of some appreciation shields. Sir, if you could all come, Dr. Ishaq Bhatti, Mr. Murza, Dr. Salimullah. The first shield to be presented is to Mr. Salimullah, the Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, for gracing this occasion and being here to give us this enlightening speech and helping us bring our message forward. A round of applause, audience, please.
Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri has penned a book, The Constitution of Medina and Concept of the Welfare State. The book has been launched yesterday at Iwan Iqbal. Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri will also present the set of his books. That book is with 2 volumes, and he'll be presenting the set of his books, to the chief guest and to the other guests as well.
The second shield is to be awarded to Mr. Abdur Rahman Wadaich, the Commissioner from Security and Exchange Commission. Thank you, sir, for being here. We really appreciate you being here and your kind words and contribution towards the progression of this theme. The third shield to be presented is to Mr. Muhammad Murza, the CEO of Rural Development Program of Pakistan. A round of applause, please.
The books are they have been given to Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, and to Mr. Abdur Rahman Wadaich. He is the Commissioner, SCCP Pakistan, and the next shield is for Mr. Muhammad Murtaza. The shield is for Mr. Muhammad Murtaza, CEO, RCDP, and the RCDP is also the gold sponsor for this conference. He'll be given the set of books of Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri as well.
The next shield is to Dr. Qibla Ayaz, the Chairman, Islamic Ideological Council,
Pakistan.
Pakistan. Thank you, sir, for being here. Dr. Qibla Ayaz.
The shield is being presented to Dr. Qibla Ayaz, Chairman, Islamic Ideological Council, Pakistan. Don't worry, you will be having lunch soon, so be enthusiastic and energetic as well. So we will be having, and I would be requesting all the guests to please have seats, and we'll be moving towards the panel discussion, and that would be moderated by Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti Saab. So I would request Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti Saab to please join us on the stage. I would request Ms. Salka to please introduce other panelists as well. Right after this panel, we'll be having lunch.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic is prospects and challenges of Islamic finance in light of global and geopolitical settings. Let's begin by introducing our esteemed panelists. Joining us today are Professor Dr. Selina Qasim, representing the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Tosif Azid from the Qasim University, Saudi Arabia. Mr. Majid Pire, Head of Islamic Finance at the Securities and Exchange Organization of Iran. Mr. Zahir Anwar, Associate Professor at Sunway University, Malaysia. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. Over to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am in between your lunch. Hungry jacks are looking towards me to cut this down. Let's see how we're going to proceed there. And so some of my colleagues are really feeling very hungry. Some of you travel all the way from north to east. I'm very sorry, guys. I will cut it short down. I will disobey the timing because I know you guys are very hungry. So let me begin asking a direct question from one of my senior wonderful scholar from Malaysia, International Islamic University, my sister, the younger sister. See, the younger sister can be very senior. Okay, guys. So, Serena, what are some Islamic social finance in Malaysian models which we can adopt in Pakistan to address today's burning issue under Ukraine war and Middle Eastern war, cloud and crisis? Please explain to her how we're going to sort this out.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank Minhaj University Lahore for organizing this timely and very important conference. I would also like to extend my gratitude for the warm hospitality accorded to us, which makes our stay in Lahore a wonderful experience and forever to be remembered, definitely. Now, I agree with Prof. Isha. This is very much, time is not on our side. So the approach will be, I think in the interest of time, it is very important to stick to the scope and theme of the discussion. And this is important to actually maintain the narrative that in the current global and geopolitical tensions here, there is a growing interconnectedness of the economy in the world. So what we have today is a situation of difficult economic situation where due to the growing interconnectedness of the economy, much of the economic and financial situation in many parts of the world are very much dependent on the developed economies, especially the US. At the moment in the US, interest rate is at high level. It was at 5.5%, a level which is 5.5%. This was 17 years ago, pre-crisis, global financial crisis. So we have also the very hawkish stance by the US Central Bank, the Fed, where they want to defend their dollar. Okay, because of this, we see that many of the exchange rate, with the very strong dollar, the exchange rate in many other countries are actually weakening. So we have a situation of weak domestic currency and high interest rate level. So these two are so-called double whammy, which give the impact on the standard of living of the people. So what happened is that there is a very important role of the Islamic financial institutions to actually go into or get out of their comfort zone of providing commercial financing to the bankable, and now go into social financing to serve the unbankables. So in Malaysia specifically, we have several specific initiatives undertaken by the Islamic financial institutions, in particular the Islamic banks, whereby under the guidance of the central bank, Bank Negara Malaysia, a consortium of Islamic banks in Malaysia are working together, providing financial assistance together with a structured program for Asnaf entrepreneurs. Asnaf entrepreneurship, and this is what we call in Malaysia the program of I-Tekad. Okay, so we have many, I think about 9 Islamic banks. Earlier it started with just one bank, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, but now we have, it's 6 Islamic banks working together and with a matching grant from the government. The Islamic banks are now also providing assistance to the Asnaf in order for them to embark on economic empowerment activities. So to say that the Islamic banks are not really contributing, that will be not really relevant, especially in the context of Malaysia, because there are various activities apart from Islamic microfinance. There are also the Islamic bank going into providing affordable house to the B40 low-income segment. Some of the Islamic financial institutions are also going into wakaf activities. So these are the encouraging development that are happening in Malaysia.
Excellent,
and Islamic bankings are making impact.
Beautiful.
All right.
What a linkage and great work. So next I may disturb our brother Majid, our brotherly country from Iran, the best neighbors we have. So brother Majid, how Islamic finance may facilitate risk management in current global scenario? How Iranian central bank is thinking of that?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi al-muntajabin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me at first send my best thanks and regards to Minhaj University for organizing such very great and fruitful events for Islamic economics and finance. This is a very good event, alhamdulillah, and very good materials to be covered. And then I send my best respect and thanks to the organizing team. Dear Professor, as you know, one of the very important challenges that right now we are facing is in terms of the risk and how the current situation will affect the risk for doing business in the current Islamic economic system. When we talk about the risk, one of the important elements of the risk is the volatility and fluctuations. Such fluctuations has different cases in terms of the price fluctuations, in terms of the operational fluctuations, or in terms of the structural fluctuations. Definitely when we compare the structure of Islamic finance in comparison with the conventional finance, we see that reliance of the Islamic finance to the real economy has caused to many positive effects, and it has a very good result for managing the risks. Let me give you an example for Iran and the case that we are right now for sukuk issuance under the supervision of my organization. In Iran, the SEO, which is the Security and Exchange Organization, supervises sukuk issuance in my country. And one of the very important aspects of the risk in Iran is, for example, some operational risks. And when we compare the structure of sukuk to the conventional bonds, we find that such sukuk structures, they will easily provide good mechanism for managing the risks which might arise in comparison with for both the conventional finance and Islamic finance. And when we talk about sukuk, we see that sukuk are inherently attached to the real economy. So one of the origins of risk, which is in relation to the difference between the real economy and the financial market, would be solved when we talk about the Islamic economy. In Iran, when we issue the sukuk, the originators, the issuers should comply with the Islamic principles, and as a result, many of the real aspects of the economy will mirror to the financial market, and those related aspects of risk would be solved in light of the Islamic economy. That was a case that I would like to highlight in terms of the risk management with the Islamic framework in comparison to the conventional system. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Majid, excellent point of view. Linking risk and risk mitigation, and linking his discussion with our keynote speaker. And that's a wonderful idea, to link your point of view with the keynote speaker and sister, Professor Serena, link with her discussion with Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri's speech. What a beautiful start. Guys, sit back, enjoy. We're going to have a little bit more discussion. I'm getting excited. And my next is elder brother, Professor Dr. Tosif from Al-Qasim University in Saudi Arabia. So from Malaysia to Iran, we are going to Saudi Arabia. Professor Tosif, what would you bring from Saudi experience in terms of changing the environment? Environment is changing. Global changing in the environment is taking place. How are you going to contribute towards our theme of the conference? Professor Tosif, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The same my other colleagues have said about the conference organizers. Congratulations to them for managing this auspicious event. May Allah bless all of you. Ameen.
Ameen.
But my brother, Dr. Ishaq, he asked me, but I know that he has given me a few minutes, but I'm a teacher. So teacher is not leaving the rostrum. So once we started, we are not leaving. But I will try to summarize it.
Some people are saying we are very hungry.
So actually, in my opinion, as a student of economics, when we are talking about sustainability, environment, and all these things, all the rules, regulation, whatever the system we have in our organizations or anywhere or the institutions, in my opinion, the most important thing is the moral duty of everyone, not the organization, not the country, but the individuals. Individuals are able to participate everywhere because the morals are not just a local, or moral are not just based on the nation or the religion. Morals are universal. And whenever we are using the morals, the cost will be there because there's no any free lunch and there's no any free rider. So we have to do that, how we can use our morality, our moral values for the for the sustainability and the environment. The one thing is that most of the resources which we have nowadays, we are not using, and what is that? That is the wastage, which we call circular economy. Because we have to create the resources instead of wasting them. And generally we are not able to recycle. And most of the, more than 90%, even 94% wastage, we are not able to recycle. And when we are not able to recycle, what will be the impact? The impact is air pollution, impact is bad externalities, and what is the impact on that? That's the health of the people. The number of diseases which have been observed and empirically has been found that is due to the bad externalities and air pollution. And if you know that these greenhouse gas emissions are 62% from production and extraction process of the natural resources. And what we have been observed empirically, that from the last 50 years, 50% usage of natural resources, and that will be threefold in the next 2050, in the period of 2050. And if we will use these resources, this is our moral duty. But I'm saying moral is not related to any religion or not related to any jurisdiction. So we can earn and we can recycle $4.5 trillion by 2030 through this recycling wastage. And if we are not able to that, so what will the effect? It will deteriorate the function of the human body organs. It will reduce the life expectancy. It will increase the premature mortality rate. And which is this premature mortality rate, especially in India and China, which are the major actor for emission of the greenhouse gas emissions. So there is a mortality rate, we may be 60 to 70%. This is the estimation if we were not able to recycle these wastages. Similarly, because of this air pollution and these resources, there is a minor upper respiratory irritation, chronic respiratory heart disease, lung cancer, acute respiratory infection in children, chronic bronchitis in adults, aggravating pre-existing heart and lung disease or asthmatic attacks. So all these are because of these wastage which we have in our economy. So what we have to do, what is our responsibility? So we have to reduce the consumption. The consumption of, especially conspicuous consumption, that's consumption which we are using just for for the sign of, which are for the sign of prestige. And we have to reduce the meat and sugar. In the developed world, diseases are due to the poor food and alcoholic abuse. When we are increasing the habits of the food, so what is that? Or especially the food on the street, it will increase the litter in the streets and overall increase in the pollution of the economy. Especially when we have the livestock, cow and sheep, they are emitting methane, and this is the 50% annually to the world greenhouse gas emissions. You can see that how this cow and sheep are, when they are emitting the methane, how they are increasing the air pollution, and they have the bad impact on the environment.
Excellent, Professor Tosif. This is an excellent, guys. Please join me to have a big clap because you guys are sleeping. Wake up! Wake up! People are disturbing us. Please behave yourself. Wake up, guys. My next question is to Professor Zahir. And Professor Zahir, what do you think about linking up with Professor Tosif's point of view, the concept of recycling and its contribution towards global impact? It's a difficult question for Zahir. He's scratching his head. Okay. Professor Zahir, please.
No, I'm just smiling because Prof. Bhatti's lunch is getting delayed. He's putting on everybody else, but he himself wants to have it as early as possible. Okay,
Guys,
so
you're
thank you so
hungry?
much.
Yes. See, everybody.
Okay, so sir, thank you so much. Actually, when Professor Tosif was mentioning the consumption concept, so there is something that I always thought over, and this is one question, I mean, kind of a food for your thoughts. Before I respond to Professor Bhatti's question, when we say consumption, so most of the times, our Islamic banking industry especially, we are struggling for the pursuit of benchmarks. Like we want to, so there is a question that is more of for your imaginations, for your understanding. Please think over that. We don't need to have an answer just right now. Would the core teaching of Islam, I mean the Islamic history that we learn in the books, have we ever heard of any incidents where you are supposed to borrow to meet the consumption needs? Those consumption needs that are not really very important consumption needs, like I want to buy a Mercedes car or I want to buy a better house. So should I use the bank financing for that? So linking to Professor Tosif's point, these things, because we perhaps want Islam from Islamic banking and Islamic finance, which perhaps is not very much in line with the core idea of tawakkul, the core idea of wanting lesser, giving more, things like that. So we don't talk about that anymore. So maybe we can think over that when it comes to the spoilage of resources and the its impact on the environment. So, sir, what was your question? My apologies. I'm also hungry, perhaps.
Okay, let me carry on this aspects. And Professor Tosif, what about the carbon, Professor Tosif, what about the carbon effect on geopolitical structure changing?
Yes. So, yeah, basically, this human greed, for me, and it's not me, like this is actually a well-established theory, that human greed is one of the, obviously it's not the only factor. We cannot have one factor, but then one of the contributing factors is human greed. We want more. We want more at any cost. We are not ready to sacrifice on current needs so that we can leave this planet intact for the ages to come. How is it affecting the geopolitical environment around us? So if you carefully notice, I mean, I came back, like I missed 2 winters in Lahore. So very quickly, since that time is short. So if you notice, we are already observing, even in Pakistan, the climate changes. Like we had bad floods, the uninterrupted rains. All these things somehow are linked to this facade fil arz, the overconsumption, and linking it with for the conference, for the theme that for which we are sitting here. So Islamic teachings, they on the other hand, I mean, this is my understanding of how we have observed the life of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and his companions. So the message is definitely, not perhaps, it's definitely the message is to like, just like if you look, we are supposed to leave food whenever a little hunger is left. What's the idea? What's the idea? Don't overconsume. Don't burden yourself. This is implementable to all the walks of life. Thank you so much, sir.
Excellent. We're going to stay in that area of environment, circular economy, and again, I may disturb Professor Tosif to ask him about the carbon trade concept and its effect on geopolitical and what role Islamic finance can play in this situation. Professor Tosif, thank you.
Again, the constraint is the time. again, there is a constraint of the time, so I will just
So you
explain
got only
that.
2 minutes.
So generally, if you will see that, we have a 195 countries, those are the signatory of the Paris Agreement. 75% unable to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. 12% they were just partially. 6% they are incomplete, sufficient capabilities, and 70% are 100% insufficient. So these are the countries which we have. So in this situation, what we have to do? If we will not impose the carbon dioxide tax on those countries or the individuals or the households, then the effect is not as we want to do that. For example, what we have, this is the responsibility of the households. What is the responsibility of the household? They have to use efficient environment products if they want to consume. And if they will do that, as you can see that 40% carbon dioxide will reduce. And what we have to save, $5 billion all over the world. So because the short of time, just what I want to say, there should be imposition of a trade tax on the product which we are the cause of emission of carbon dioxide. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you, Brother Isaac.
Excellent. See, the proposal came of imposing a carbon tax on an industry who make our environment and circular economy disturbances. So this part is now over. Let me come back to our original speaker, Brother Majid. How can Islamic finance institution collaborate with conventional finance system to address shared global challenges we are facing? What is the stand of Iranian central bank on that situation?
Very good. I believe that when we talk about the systemic aspects of the economy, definitely both the conventional and Islamic systems should collaborate to solve many human-related issues. And in this regard, one of the very important aspects that both systems may collaborate is in terms of the international standard setting organizations and international organization, standard setting organizations, and follow the standards in which are being introduced by such international institutions. In terms of such collaborations, both the Islamic entities and conventional entities, they will be able to provide a more convergent products to the public, and it will result to, inshallah, more fruitful product for the whole society, both in the Islamic and the conventional frameworks. Jazakumullah khaira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Majid. Jazakallah khair. Looking into him, and I started speaking Arabic with him. I don't know why. Then later I realized who be Farsi is. So our sister, Professor, Doctor, Selina,
Thank you.
same question to you, please.
Right. So on the same question about collaboration. So thank you, Prof. I think this is a very relevant question. In fact, just now I mentioned about Islamic banks have already making inroads into out of their comfort zone and inroads into the social sector. So this cannot be done if the Islamic banks continue to be confined using the conventional or traditional banking model. Or the intermediary model. So how they can go out of their comfort zone and going into the social sector is by way of collaboration. So the Islamic banks are collaborating with the social institutions. In the context of Malaysia, many Islamic banks are collaborating with the State Islamic Religious Council. Most of the consortium of banks that I mentioned just now, they are actually collaborating with the respective state Islamic religious council. We have 14 state Islamic religious council in Malaysia. So each of these institutions would be collaborating, working together with the respective social institutions. In fact, the Islamic banks are actually working together with various types of social institutions, including the Zakat institution, the Waqaf institution, the NGOs, also with our Islamic microfinance institution, which is Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia. So things are cooking. Things are actively growing, so that is a very healthy development, and it is actually expediting because the central bank, Bank Negara Malaysia, is actually promoting this collaboration between the commercial banks and the social institutions. In fact, in Bank Negara Financial Sector Blueprint 2022-2026, the key word being mentioned several times is co-opetition. We no longer find the traditional, the outdated banking model of competition. So that's, I think, is very exciting to share with everyone. The way forward is collaboration, co-opetition, and yeah, inshallah, we can make, the Islamic banks can make further impact on the economy as well as the society, inshallah.
Oh, that is wonderful. The Islamic Central Bank of Negara is taking an initiative. And the same thing we learned from our keynote speaker, Mr. Simullah. It was State Bank of Pakistan is taking some initiative to tap up with this issue. And we like to thank our panelists today for contributing into a wonderful panel. Guys, celebrate. This is the end of this panel. God bless you all. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Dr. Hassan Mohyuddin Qadri, Chairman Supreme Council, Minhajul Quran International, to kindly come in front of the stage for the awarding of the shields to our panelists. Thank you, panelists. The first shield to be given to our moderator for this panel, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. Thank you, sir, for all your contributions. Dr. Selina Qasim, the panelist for this session. A round of applause, audience. Dr. Selina Qasim. I would request Dr. Tausif Azad to kindly please come and receive his shield of appreciation. Thank you, sir, for being here. Round of applause. Yes, and Dr. Zahir Anwar, if you could kindly come forward. Thank you, sir. A round of applause. And Mr. Majid Pire. Mr. Majid Pire, a round of applause. And thank you, panel, for being here and contributing and giving your remarks. Dear audience, it is now time for our prayer and lunch break. I would request the guests to kindly please escorted by the reception team first. I would request the audience, the registered participants, and our faculty members to kindly just wait till the guests have departed from the hall. Join us on stage as one of the panelists. Dr. Tahir Mansoori, please. Dr. Mufti Muhammad Zubair Usmani Saab, if you could kindly join us on stage. Mr. Tariq Naseem. Let me reintroduce the panelists. Professor Dr. Tahir Mansoori Saab is the Sharia advisor at Islamic Bank Limited, Pakistan. Dr. Mufti Muhammad Zubair Usmani Saab is the Vice President, Jamia Darul Uloom, Karachi, Pakistan. Mr. Tariq Naseem is the Head Islamic Finance at the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Mr. Ali Salman, he's the Executive Director, Policy Research Institute of Market Economy, Prime, Pakistan. I would also request Dr. Hussain Mesami, Director, Islamic Banking Department and Secretariat of Sharia Council, Central Bank of Iran, to kindly join us on stage, please. I would hand over to Dr. Maria Bhatti to proceed from here onwards. He's just joining. You can conduct the session from there.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everyone to this panel. My name is Dr. Maria Bhatti. I'm from Western Sydney University School of Law. And my area of expertise is Islamic law arbitration and Islamic finance, the intersection. I would like to welcome you to this pivotal discussion on the recent landmark decision by the Sharia Court of Pakistan, which declared the interest-based banking system incompatible with Sharia principles. So here we have a very distinguished panel, which I'll introduce shortly. What our panel will discuss today is that we will delve into the practicalities, the benefits, the challenges, emphasizing the innovative Sharia-compliant financial products. And this discussion will highlight the necessity for alternative profit models, risk sharing, and a robust framework ensuring transparency and accountability. So this panel will consider the global impact. It will investigate scenarios for other countries and how financial bodies might respond, particularly in the context of this judgment. Collaboration among government entities, financial institutions, scholars, and the public will be emphasized for successful implementation. So as this industry transforms, educational initiatives to create awareness of Sharia-compliant financial practices will be crucial. So join us now for a concise, we will go until 3:20 p.m. So I would just like to request our panelists to keep your sections short. I'll give you 5 to 7 minutes to generally discuss the impact of this landmark verdict by the Federal Sharia Court of Pakistan. So let me introduce you, firstly, I'll introduce you to all our panelists here today. So we have, firstly, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Mansoori, who is the Sharia advisor at Islamic Bank Limited. We then have, after that, Dr. Mufti Muhammad Zubair Usmani, the Vice President, Jamia Darul Uloom, Karachi, Pakistan. We then have Mr. Tariq Naseem, Head of Islamic Finance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. We have, all the way from Iran, Dr. Hussain Mesami, Director of the Central Bank of Iran and member of the Iranian Association of Islamic Finance. And finally, we have Mr. Ali Salman, Executive Director of Policy Research Institute of Market Economy, Prime, Pakistan. So I would like to invite all of our panelists to speak around 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, they're very specific, about the measures that the government should take after this judgment, And what responsibilities does the government have now, given that, you know, the Federal Sharia Court of Pakistan has declared the interest-based banking system incompatible with Sharia principles? So what responsibility generally does the government have? What is the impact of this? And generally just speaking to this theme. So I will give 5 minutes to each, 5 to 6 minutes to each panelist, and I'll hand over firstly to distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Mansouri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa salatu wassalamu ala Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Respectable session chair and audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You are aware that in the month of April 2022, Federal Sharia Court gave its its historic judgment on the elimination of interest. This judgment was in continuation of its previous judgment, which was given in 1991. And in their judgment, the Federal Sharia Court declared around 22 financial laws repugnant to Sharia. In the recent judgment, the Federal Sharia Court, obviously it has upheld or endorsed the same decision or judgment, and it has directed the government to transform the whole economic and financial system to a value-based Islamic economic and Islamic financial system by the end of December 2027. This is a deadline. Now, what are the requirements? And how can we transform this system to an Islamic financial system, and what are the what measures should be taken? I think that the first thing is that we need a compatible, supportive, conducive legal framework that should govern the Islamic banking and Islamic finance. Currently, Islamic banking does not have any proper legal framework. In other words, the Islamic banks, they are complaining that they do not have a level playing field. And we argument जो कि PTI जो दे रही है कि that we are not deprived of level playing field, rather we do not have any field to play. Obviously this can be debated, but this is fact that current Islamic banking, Islamic finance does not have currently any legal framework, proper legal framework. The Banking Companies Ordinance heavily tilts towards conventional banking. This is the one thing. Securities Act, Naseem Saab, and he is the, what you call it, I mean, he is the expert of this field. Securities Act 2015 contains many instruments, many financial instruments, many securities which are repugnant to Sharia. Financial Futures Market Act also contains many provisions which are against the Sharia. And for example, the derivatives, index, what you call it, these stock futures, commodity futures, 70% of the derivatives are cash settled. They are not delivered. It means that according to Sharia, they are just a qimar and maisir. And this means that this is a game of chance and this is a gambling, nothing more, speculative activity. So it means that there are some basic laws which need to be aligned with Islamic principles, such as Securities Act, Banking Companies Ordinance, State Bank Act, Futures Market Act, and in the same way, Public Debt Act. In Public Debt Act, this is a 1944 through which the government borrows. I mean, the government borrows every week, every month through treasury bills, through what? Everything is un-Islamic. So I am saying that Public Debt Act need to be aligned with the Sharia principle. And this is surprising. Surprising thing is that the court has not touched upon Public Debt Act, which is a major source of concern for us. Federal Shariat Court has not touched upon Futures Market Act. It has not touched upon or not dealt with the Securities Act. And it means it has ignored the total, and now it is saying that transform the whole system, financial, not only financial system, but economic system to a true value-based Islamic, what you call it, Islamic financial and Islamic economic system. And in para 155, Federal Shariat Court has given certain objectives, which are maqasid sharia. It means that the Federal Shariat Court is saying that the transformation should be value-oriented. You should not focus only on contract mechanics. It means that take into consideration the higher purposes of the Sharia or the maqasid Sharia for this transformation. So this is point number one, and I think my time is over because I have some other points which we will deal with it later on.
Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent response. I myself have learned a lot from what you have said, and I think earlier we were chatting and you made a really good point. You raised a very good question, better than the questions I came up with, which was that what responsibility does the government now have given this judgment? So I thought that was a very good question as well. And I'll just now pass on to Dr. Mufti Zubair Usmani to give your comments about the theme of this panel.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. First of all, I thank to Minhaj University to invite me in this conference, and I found this conference is very, very nice, mashallah, in this field, in the field of Islamic finance. My speech regarding to responsibility of all over Muslims and all Islamic banks after the judgment of riba. We must take care if we want to improve Islamic banking and Islamic finance, and we must take some steps after the judgment of riba, because judgment of riba three times courts is announced the prohibition of riba judgment to the Federal Shariat Court, and one decision is announced by the one judgment and verdict announced by the Supreme Court of Pakistan. After three judgment, my responsibility and all of the Muslims' responsibility that we must to increase the Islamic banking system in the Pakistan and all over the world. As you know, that all over all the world his experience two economic system, capitalism and communism. But nowadays the Islamic banking system is experienced, alhamdulillah, in all over the world, especially in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. But responsibility, and this is a very, very mistake for in this environment, that the lack of knowledge, because a lot of Islamic banks have a staff, but he does not have the education regarding to Islamic banking. This is my responsibility. This is my very, very importance that we provide Islamic finance education, Islamic banking education, and maqasid sharia education. This is a very, very must. If we have not education regarding Islamic banking and Islamic finance and maqasid sharia, maybe this a lot of the mistakes should be maybe happened by some time. Number two, all products, manuals, and procedures should be according to the Islamic finance, and we should avoid to hila, because hila stage in the beginning, but now alhamdulillah we have crossed the beginning stage and we enter the alhamdulillah aggressive stage for Islamic finance, Islamic banking field. Allah Rabbul Izzat قال الله سبحانه وتعالى حل الله البيع وحرم الربا. That means the Allah Rabbul Izzat is permits the business, but He's prohibited the riba. Therefore, we should adopt this ayah according to the Sharia principle and Quran and Sunnah. Therefore, my request for all of Islamic banks to provide proper education, proper system, and proper knowledge and maqasid Sharia knowledge to Islamic banking department and Islamic banking staff, and all request to universities like a Minhaj University and like other universities, to all universities is provide Islamic education, Islamic finance and Islamic banking system regarding to the in the light of the maqasid Sharia and Quran and Sunnah. Some issues regarding to this issue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mufti Muhammad Zubair Usmani. Mashallah, some very wise words from you, especially in relation to the comment about education and the focus on education. And I guess naturally the question after that would be, how does one actually transform the knowledge into practice, right? So we've got education around Islamic finance, but now how do we even have a Supreme Court verdict, but then how does this get transformed into practice so that we can actually make a real life impact to transform the conventional system into an Islamic one, especially in Muslim countries, right? So I think that's something, obviously, a very sort of broad point, but it was very, very interesting to hear from our two panelists so far, and I'm interested to hear more now about this topic. And so we have now, I think the seating arrangement has changed. Dr. Hussein Messami from Iran. So a bit of a different perspective. Very lucky to have you come here from Iran. So we're interested in your thoughts generally about this topic.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وبه نستعين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطيبين وصحبه المنتجبين. Dear brothers and sisters, it is an honor for me to be here and present something in this distinguished conference. First of all, my special thanks will go directly to Minhaj University for conducting such endeavor, such professional endeavor actually. And I believe these kinds of conferences will help the business of Islamic banking worldwide to come up with conclusions, to come up with clues, solutions for the challenges that it is facing. Actually, about the topic of the panel, which is the fatwa or verdict or judgment of the court in Pakistan, I believe it is a very important fatwa and it would have some important effects on the whole Islamic banking system, not only in Pakistan, but internationally. I think, as she said, I am Director of Islamic Banking Department of Central Bank of Iran. I believe the experience of Iran is very important for you regarding this fatwa, because Iran is almost the only country who is doing Islamic banking in a national-wide system with no room for conventional banks. In Iran, we have 30 full-fledged Islamic banks, right? 30. All of the system is completely and 100% Islamic, or at least supposed to be Islamic, with almost 24,000 Islamic branches. I repeat, 30 Islamic banks with almost 24,000 branches, Islamic branches. So we have a kind of 4 decades experience because the law, Usury Free Banking Act, which is the pillar of the Islamic banking system in Iran, was ratified in 1983. And it is almost 40 years of experiencing national-wide Islamic banking practice. So, in my view, it is important for the country, big Muslim country like Pakistan, to make use of the other countries' experiences, especially in conducting Islamic banking in whole system. Tomorrow, inshallah, in my keynote speech, I will discuss about the Iranian experience more. But for this panel, I have 4 points which are important, and I want to mention them. And these points or clues come from the 40 years of experience of Islamic banking system in Iran. First of all, I believe that if this judgment is going to be implemented in the financial system, or as my brother said, in whole economic system, there is a need for a strategic plan, or a plan to make pave the way toward making the fatwa implemented. In this plan, you should pay attention to the strengths, weaknesses, potentials, or pros and cons, in other words. It is important. Making use of the experiences of other countries, as I mentioned. For example, in Iran, when we implemented Islamic banking in a big era, or in the total system, we missed a very important thing, which is competition. Competition is very little in our country in Islamic banking, and it is a problem. So the second point, the first point is a strategic plan, and the second one is making use of experiences of other countries. R&D makes the third point. Research and development is very important in this regard. The story is completely different when you go from a dual banking system to a country-wide Islamic banking system, and the needs become different, right? In a dual banking system, when, for example, you don't have good solution for a problem, you should make use of conventional instruments or ways. But in a 100% Islamic system, there is no way for that. I want to give you an example from the Central Bank of Iran. For example, for years, we didn't have OMO, open market operation. Any student of economics, especially monetary economics, know about the importance of monetary policy in all economics. And in the monetary policy, the most important tool is open market operation, right? In the context of inflation targeting and the issues related to that. But in Iran, because we didn't have any part related to conventional banking, the central bank could not conduct open market operation in the conventional part, right? But in recent years, making use of the help of Central Bank of Pakistan, we come up with a solution, Islamic repo, which helped the central bank conduct open market operation. The point here is that there are some special difficulties when the system converts from dual banking to full-fledged or 100% Islamic system. These difficulties do need a kind of research and development, and they should be paid attention. Last not the least, again, I repeat, is the importance of competition. When the system is not working based on competition, you should not expect new instruments, new initiatives to come up. I believe that much is enough for this round, and then I would be available for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for visiting us from Iran and sharing your perspective. And obviously, this is really important for us to learn from other countries and the global implications. So that was a very, very good point, especially in relation to the research and development and the point about competition. So those were very good points that you mentioned. Another interesting question, if any of the panelists want to address this, is what are the issues, if any, with the current products and the fact that obviously there are different interpretations about Islamic banking and finance products, and what kind of views the panelists would have on that. So that's something, that's also another question, if any of the panelists want to address it. And I'd like to now move to Mr. Ali Salman and to hear your thoughts about this topic generally as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. Thank you to Minhaj University and all the fellow panelists for this very important discussion. Before I come to the specifics of the judgment and the implications, I like to make a general statement. We have been talking about the importance of a comprehensive economic system. We should understand that banking and finance is part of an economic system, but it is not the whole system. And banking operations, transactions, and laws cannot operate in isolation. It will be a product of the direction of the economic system. So therefore, I think it is important that while we talk about, rightly so, the inspiration from Islamic principles and its impact on the banking laws, we should take a step back and ask ourselves, what are the general principles of an economic system? And from those principles, of course, then we can derive specific banking or financial systems as well. I published a book about 2 years back. It was published by Acton Institute in US. And this book is available free of cost on internet, on Amazon also. You can buy it. Sorry for this marketing pitch, but I thought it's important to bring this because in my humble opinion, there are 8 important pillars of the Islamic economic framework. First of all, it is the price freedom. And by the way, I based my book not just on the basis of the theological resources, but I draw essentially from early Islamic history. And I provide examples of how these institutions of Islamic economic framework were actually established during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and also then expanded from that point of view. So first of all, it is based on free market pricing. I provide details in the books. I'm not going into that. There are ahadiths which support free market prices. Secondly, free trade, or minimum restrictions on trade. Thirdly, very strong institutions of Hisbah, the market inspector or market regulator. The idea of sound money. We live now in the era of paper money or fiat money. In fact, now digital money, obviously. But essentially, this is all based on fiat transactions. Right? So we have graduated from a gold-backed currency about 50 years ago. The world has moved on. Then a fiscal policy which is characterized by a low rate of taxation, which is applicable to all economic agents. Then, of course, very important, social protection, which is based on an institution of Waqf and the law of inheritance. Um, and then the banking and finance. Now, in the literature of Islamic economics, last 100 years or so, most of the attention has been paid on the Islamic banking. And my humble opinion is that this overemphasis on the banking as such comes from, if you allow me to say that, from limited understanding of economic system, which assumes that interest itself is the central instrument of economy. I take the view that it is not the case. And the modern capitalist system, which is a human product, it's not a Western or the Eastern product. Capitalism system or socialism system for that matter is a human product. And there are important institutions like in trade, regulations, technology, entrepreneurship, which define the economic system. So in isolation, when we start talking about Islamic banking, then we do not get at the right, I would say, solutions. And based on this, I'm afraid when I read the judgment, I would say that I have not read word by word, but I have gone through, it's about 300-page judgment. I've gone through the most of the text. One of the point which the judgment raises is appreciation of an expansion of Islamic banking as we know it today. And today, of course, we have very important representative talking about Islamic banking sitting here. In my opinion, the idea that there is still a benchmark rate in the Islamic banking, of course, the transactions are based on some kind of benchmark rate, which is LIBOR in most of the cases. We heard about Iran, but also if maybe you can correct me, but Iran also has the banking charges and also a provisional profit or minimum guaranteed profit to depositors when we talk about short-term and fixed-term investments. So there is still this instrument in one way or other on which the banking functions. And I'm afraid that the banking itself, which has now become an instrument of money creation, right? So it's become of money creation. Earlier on, the money creation was a function of the central banks, right, in the last 100 years or so. But now the private banks are creating more money. And how they're creating more money is that they are lending more than they have the deposits. So because of what we call fractional reserve banking. So fractional reserve banking becomes core of the problem, which we are not addressing. And we don't see it also being reflected in the judgment because the literature on Islamic economics does not adequately address the whole issue of how money is created. And unless you address that, I'm afraid that we will continue to create these alternatives which are more nominal in nature rather than principally different instruments of finance. So I believe that Islamic views does offer a higher ethical standards of finance. The idea of profit and loss sharing is very strong. But in practice, this may be just 3%. This idea of profit and loss is maybe just 3% of the global Islamic financial markets. And rest of the transactions still happening in the benchmark-driven, some kind of fixed or guaranteed profit. So that's a dilemma which we are facing, and that dilemma is because of, I'm afraid, narrow focus of the Islamic economics literature on the interest as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali Salman. I think I have a lot of thoughts based on what you've said. Firstly, LIBOR has now been replaced. They don't use LIBOR anymore. But I think your point I agree with in terms of this is a systematic issue, and the fact that you're approaching this from an economics perspective is amazing. Would love to read your book. But I think there'd be different views, even in the audience here and amongst the panelists here, in terms of whether capitalism is a Western product or not. I believe it is, just to give you my view there. But it's as Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, you know, differences of opinion is what makes the ummah stronger. But very, very interesting points that you mentioned. And the fact that you've given this so much thought is amazing. So I'm sure lots of people here would love to talk to you further about this. And I'm really glad that you addressed it from a systematic perspective. So that's very, very interesting. So I'd like to now move on. As usual, we are running out of time, but we do have, I think, 10 more minutes. Yeah, 10, 20 more minutes. So I'd like to pass over to our final speaker, Mr. Tariq Nassim. I'm sure you've got many views about this topic as well.
We know that this is the third judgment on the subject from the Federal Sharia Court, 1991, 1999, and now 2022, and still in sub judice appeal filed. But what is the difference this time? This time, instead of defending its positions, the state decided to implement this. And the government of Pakistan decided to implement this by forming a high-level steering committee at the level of finance minister, chaired by the governor, State Bank. Members includes chairman SCCP. And this steering committee is providing the way forward for actual transformation of entire financial system. Obviously, it has two components, banking and non-banking. For banking, they decided to convert entire banking system in Pakistan by 2027. But in non-banking side, the sectors we regulate at SCCP, the situation is a bit different. This is because the sector dynamics are different. And our approach is to first enable Islamic financial services in our regulated sectors. Unfortunately, not all regulated sectors have alternatives for financial services that they are providing. For example, we do not have any single Islamic private equity, private capital venture fund in Pakistan, registered, domiciled in Pakistan. So this is causing a huge problem in the economic financial ecosystem, where these type of institutions are meant to provide much needed financing to the SMEs in the economy. Secondly, for example, we do not have alternate financing models for digital lending. Currently, we are witnessing a surge in digital lending apps in this region, in this country, with various issues and challenges as well as some benefits. But there is no single model that can enable digital micro nano lending on Sharia compliant principle basis. Connecting to the Professor Dr. Tahir Mansoori, why this judgment is silent on many laws that are clearly contradict with the Sharia principles. The main thrust of just this judgment is on banking. This is because our financial system is bank dominated, we know that. And in 1990s, obviously, banks were the most visible players in the financial system. But if we can see the actual intent of the judgment, it is equally applicable onto the banking institutions as well as on the non-banking institutions. But in fact, in my view, it is beyond financial institutions as well, because the constitutional objective is elimination of riba from economy. And financial system, be it banking or non-banking, is subset of economic system. It is only to provide financial needs for economic activities, nothing more. So financial system is meant to provide capital, financial resources for actual economic activities. The ultimate objective is to Islamize the economy. And for Islamizing the economy, we know we need to go beyond financial system, beyond banking, and beyond financial services that we regulate in Pakistan. So my view is to see the bigger picture and plan accordingly. As Brother Hussain mentioned, we need to develop strategic plan, and that this is exactly what we and State Bank are doing. we are developing a series of plans, short-term, medium-term, long-term plans to actually achieve this constitutional and religious objective in Pakistan. And one final thing I wanted to add from the connecting the discussion in the morning, that we often hear this objection on Islamic finance that it is not creating an actual impact on ground. So I would like to draw your attention to another dimension of this issue. In particularly in Pakistan, we can see the Islamic finance, Islamic financial institutions are subset or a minor portion of overall financial system. So if they need to create an actual impact on ordinary citizens of Pakistan, we need to see other hindrances and challenges, for example, financial inclusion. More than 90% of Pakistani female citizens are financially excluded. They do not have access to formal financial services. More than 70% of my countrymen, fellow male members of societies, are financially excluded. When majority of our population is financially included, how can we expect our financial system to create an impact for the ordinary people? So in my view, it's our joint responsibility to first focus in financial inclusion and then try to address the challenges, the issues through the systems, the setups, the processes that are Sharia compliant and meet the requirements of Constitution of Pakistan as well as Sharia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tariq Nassim. Really interesting, your perspective. You had so much practical knowledge there that we can all learn from. And the fact that you mentioned this point about financial inclusion and mentioned gender, I thought that was amazing. So yeah, you are doing some excellent work, I can tell, and you're full of knowledge. I can see that Dr. Mohammed Tahir Mansouri is burning to say a few more words and comments. So please, I'll pass on the mic to you. Love to hear from you.
Actually, first of all, I endorse the analysis of Dr. Ali Salwan as well as Tariq Nassim, that Islamic banking, Islamic finance is a subset of economic system. This one. Dr. Ali Salman, he has said that the basic thing is the economic system. Why it happened that Islamic finance disassociated itself from its mother discipline, and now we say no. Our duty is just to, to eliminate riba from the banking system. Elimination of riba in banking, this is the sole objective. Disregarding the objectives, Islamic objectives of Islamic economic system, which is a fair distribution, fairness, efficient allocation, non-concentration of wealth, all these things. I'm saying, Tariq Nassim Sahab knows that in the judgment of Supreme Court, which was delivered in 1999, Supreme Court in its judgment identified around 20 evils of riba. Okay, these are social evils, these are economic evils, these are the moral evil, these. I am saying that after implementation of Islamic banking, how many evils have been eliminated? Nothing. I give you one example, and I am talking about fair distribution. One leading bank earned 70 billion rupees profit, while it gave to its saving depositors, which is a major chunk, only 8%. Leading conventional bank earned 45 billion and it gave 21%, 20.5%. That's why our finance minister said that Islamic banks are cheating their customers. They are underchanging. They are not giving the true returns to theirs. and she said that I will recommend to the central bank to impose minimum deposit rate, MDR, which is a 20.5%, and which is a policy rate minus 1.5. I am saying that this means that conventional banks are more ethical, more humane, more customer friendly than Islamic banks. What is the impact? Another thing I tell you, one bank has earned, he has collected 1 trillion rupees on account of current account. This means on which it is paying nothing. If you have given, if you have used this money for financing at the rate of 25%, it means that 25 billion rupees you have earned without doing anything. While Holy Prophet ﷺ says that, خِيَارُكُمْ أَحَاسِنُكُمْ قَضَانٍ, that and he says that pay to the borrower should pay to the lender in good way. This means that we should pass pass on the inflation impact to the depositors. I am not saying fixed amount, but give them in good way. So I am saying that even the ambiguity of this law is favoring Islamic banks. Even if they do not have any level playing field, they are the beneficiary. But this is what I'm saying.
Thank you so much. Some very, very interesting thoughts there. I can see everyone is very passionate about this topic, and rightly so, and there are lots of different views and opinions, and it was a very insightful discussion. I hope you all learned from it, and I'd like to just extend my gratitude to our panelists for sharing their invaluable insights. So today's discussion not only deepens our understanding of the challenges, but also the benefits. And I hope that there's continued collaboration and innovation in shaping the future of interest-free banking. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and engagement in this crucial dialogue.
Thank you. I would request the panelists to kindly receive their shields. I would request Dr. Hussain Mayuddin Qadri to kindly come in front of the stage for the awarding of the shields to our panelists of this auspicious session. We will be now moving towards the concurrent sessions, which are in the auditorium in the Al-Farabi Hall and the Ibn Khaldun Marquis. Dr. Maria Bhatti, being the moderator of this session, kindly come in front of the stage and receive your shield of appreciation. Thank you so much for moderating this session so well. Professor Dr. Mufti Mohammad Zubair Usmani Saab, if you could kindly receive your shield. Mufti Mohammad Zubair Usmani Saab. Thank you so much for being here. A round of applause, audience. Mr. Tariq Naseem, could you kindly come forward and receive your shield, please? Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Mansoori Saab, if you could kindly come forward. Thank you, sir. A round of applause. Mr. Ali Salman, sir, kindly receive your shield. A round of applause. Dr. Hussein Mesami from Iran. Yes. Dr. Hussain Mesami. Sir, kindly receive your shield. Thank you, everyone. You may go to the adjoining concurrent sessions. We have 3 sessions. Please, our hall management, our reception and guest teams will be escorting you to the 3 sessions. There is one in the auditorium, the Al Farabi Hall, which is right next to the canteen, and then we have 2 in the Ibn Khaldun block. They're at the 3rd floor. Kindly join. Our teams will escort you there. Kindly join us for the session. Your tea is waiting there. Whichever session you decide to go to, you will find that the tea stalls have been put up there so you can enjoy a hot cup of tea and also attend the session. Thank you, everyone. We will see you tomorrow. And for the concurrent sessions, if I could request everyone to kindly go and join the Al Farabi Hall, the auditorium,
Lahore, I welcome all of you to first of this concurrent sessions, and right now we are into first of the 6 technical sessions. The theme of this session is rethinking of Waqf models and Sharia frameworks in the contemporary paradigm. This is Sayyid Umair Abbas and I'll be coordinating this session. To formally begin the session, I would like to introduce and invite on stage the speakers of this session. Our session chair is an eminent researcher and academic. He is professor in economics. He currently holds State Bank of Pakistan's Shujaat Ali Hasni Memorial Chair, University of Sindh, Jamshoro. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Shabib Haider Sayyed. Sir. Our keynote speaker has joined us all the way from Malaysia. She is highly respected and renowned personality. She is the professor and dean, Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Please welcome Professor Datin Dr. Rusni Hassan. Time to invite our presenters of this session. May I request Professor Dr. Tosif Azid to join us on stage. Professor Azid has joined us from Qasim University, Saudi Arabia. Next, we have with us Dr. Henry Tanjong. He will be joining us from University Ibn Khaldun, Bogor, Indonesia. Next, we have Dr. Noor Laili Abdul Ghani. She has joined us from National University of Malaysia. Please join us on stage, ma'am. Then we have Mr. Muhammad Ammar Ashraf. He is Sharia Supervisor at Faisal Bank Limited, Pakistan. Please join us on stage, sir. Unfortunately, 3 of our presenters, they were unable to join us due to their personal commitments. But I would like to call University of Darussalam, Gonto, Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Usman from International Islamic University, Islamabad, and last but not the least, Dr. Helza Novalita from Pejajaran University, Indonesia. So before we proceed, let me share with you that we have 1 hour and 40 minutes in total, which makes it 100 minutes. All the speakers, they are requested to stick to the decorum we have already shared with you. The question and answer session will be conducted once we are done with all the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the keynote speech. May I request Professor Datin. Time for the keynote speech, and for that, may I request Professor Datin Dr. Rusni Hassan on stage. Please welcome. Or here. It is up to you. Sure.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we are here today, that in a very auspicious session of Majlis Al-Ilm. And we will be talking about a topic communities all over the world, and that is about Waqaf. So, Alhamdulillah, the session with the keynote speech by our Professor Muhyiddin Hussein on Waqaf have been where he has already explained about the Waqaf, that have given us a very good overview on what Waqaf and the importance of the instruments of Waqaf all over the world throughout the Islamic civilization. And most importantly is the way forward for the Muslim community all over the world globally to think about a new mechanism, how to empower Waqaf in our global community. So today's session, I will be addressing a topic about rethinking a Waqaf model and the Sharia framework in the contemporary paradigm. So as we know that Waqaf is a charitable endowment, the definition have been shared with us in the morning session. whereby when we look into the Waqaf, we are looking at the financial instrument that holds a very good and immense potential as to be the mechanism or instrument for economic development. Of course, today's session, I will be sharing with you my thought in terms of the way forward on how we should be addressing the issue pertaining to Waqaf. The issue of Waqaf have been debated, have been discussed, have been researched a lot throughout the Muslim community, the research and whatnot. And most importantly, people are talking about the biggest issues and challenge of Waqaf is that the governance issues, the administration and management, and the fact that even though Muslim countries are very strong in terms of their Waqaf, however, the countries or the Muslim countries are not unified. They are not together in terms of developing Waqaf and whatnot. This is again not to mention about internal or domestic challenge that the countries are having and facing as regards to the administration of Waqaf. Now here, I would like to share some of the important points, in my view, that we would be able to do in terms of the way forward for Waqaf, to unlock the potential, and then for us to look into the biggest and then utilize the full potential of Waqaf. Now, here are some key areas for us to rethinking. Number one, expanding the scope of Waqaf. I think it's timely for us to need to be looking forward, especially at the modern time, at the present time now, we are looking about technology, we are facing about technology and whatnot. I think we need to expand our thinking and horizon as regards to the Waqaf asset. Let's move on beyond physical asset, but let's explore the potential of digital asset for Waqaf to be, we can unlock the potential. So we are talking about cryptocurrencies, blockchain, and so on and so forth. And many countries, example in Malaysia, we have issued the Sharia ruling as regards to the utilization of digital assets by our Sharia advisory body. So I believe that this is the way forward for all countries. And what we call it standard setting bodies to start exploring into the utilization and expanding the horizon of zakat asset beyond the physical asset. Of course, we have many examples. In Malaysia, for example, there is a company, Fintera, that have introduced Waqaf chain project in Malaysia, utilizing and using the benefit of digitalization. I think this is one of the examples, and I believe that this is not one and only examples as regards to digital asset for Waqaf. Now, number two, it is also for us, timely for us to address the purpose of Waqaf, because through the history of zakat, of a Waqaf, for example, we are looking into the specific purpose of Waqaf, such as building mosques, construction mosques, education and whatnot. But having taken into consideration of the existing presence, what we call it, issues and whatnot, I think it would be good for us to look into other contemporary needs for Waqaf, such as environmental protection, healthcare, refugee relief, and so on and so forth. This is beyond the traditional one. Some of institutions have done doing that. However, we need to be doing more. Okay. Now, number three is that talking about modernizing Waqaf management. And we look into the research that have been conducted on the area of Waqaf. Mostly, I would say that 90% are talking about a weakness of zakat or Waqaf management, particularly as regards to the governance. I think it's timely for us to look into modernization as well as ensuring that the management of zakat is done and conducted in a very professional way. So we are talking about competent, what we call it, Waqaf managers to handle and administer zakat. Now, other than that is that innovation in Waqaf utilization. I would like to share the experience of Malaysia, whereby the Association of Islamic Banks in Malaysia have come out with the initiative that we call My Waqaf Initiatives. that have been what we call it participated by many banks, almost all banks in Malaysia, as regards to strengthening the wakaf. So we are looking at the projects of which each of the wakaf, each of the Islamic banks have contributed the wakaf, and the distribution and collection of zakat is done by the association. This is where we have the pool of zakat, what we call it contribution, and the way that how it is distributed to the people, to the B40, for example, as regards to the what we call it providing the affordable houses and so on and so forth. There are many initiatives. The advantage of this what we call it innovation is that this this initiative is taken up by the Islamic banks and Islamic financial institution. They are known with good governance. So reporting and good governance is whereby I believe that this is a good opportunity for wakaf organization and institution to learn from. So sharing the good governance practice between the financial institution, which is highly regulated, that we know that there is a mandatory for them to ensure good governance and reporting. And I believe this is where the opportunity, the room for the wakaf organization to learn from such institution. Now, other than that, of course, we are talking about advocacy and awareness. That is my last point that I would like to share. Of course, it is a continuous, what we call it, conversation that we should be having about zakat, about wakaf, about sadaqah, about Islamic social finance, and about Islamic financial instruments. Yes, we can say that all of us know about zakat and wakaf. We have been talking about zakat and wakaf. Hundreds and thousands of research have been conducted on zakat and wakaf. But believe me, it is not sufficient. We need to continue talking about it, having good conversation. And I believe that today's session, the session today, this is a good initiative for us, a good example of us to have a conversation on wakaf. We have our fellow speakers, or what we call it, presenters here, of course, that I know close with me, Pak Henry, for example, always talking about wakaf and zakat. So I believe that this is the area that we need to be having a continuous interaction, continuous conversation. Don't stop, because I believe that when we listen about the proposal on the morning that in the keynote speech, that is not the first time that we heard about it. But again, we need to be talking, we need to be having a good conversation, and most importantly, for us to work and do action together. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Husni. It was a pleasure listening to you. Indeed, rethinking and reinventing Waqf will certainly sort out many problems. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the first presentation of this session. Our speaker, he will be talking about sustainable development, moral foundations, and Islamic epistemology. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tausif Azid Saab to come on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulihil Kareem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Actually, this is not for me because this is a waqf, but I have to go. So they, just like they said, they have grafted me here. And it is good for me. And the second thing is, when the Wright brothers, they have a first fly of the aeroplane, so the people from the village, they were very happy. So they invited both of brothers and celebrate the function. So first they asked to elder brother come and say something. He said, but I have to say my brother will say that. I'm not very good in communication and speech and all these things. And when his younger brother came, he said, whatever I want to say, my brother already has been said that. So whatever I have to say, Sister Husnu has said it. So there's no need for me. And I'm also in a hurry, so I have to leave as soon as possible. But as I told you before that I am a university teacher. So when someone is a teacher, it is very difficult for him to leave the rostrum. So that is again problem I have. So my topic is Sustainable Development Moral Foundation Epistemology. Actually, always nowadays I'm working on the moral aspect of the economics, finance, and all these things. So if you know that 195 countries, they are the signatories of the Sustainable Development, and they are just with the signatures. As I mentioned early in the morning, 75% they are not able to achieve any target. They have no any sufficient resources, and 12% they are able to achieve that. 6% they are this side or not, either not this side, and 4% are a bit partially, and the other are you know that. So the most of the this what you can say air pollution and greenhouse gas emission is due to China, Europe, USA, India. 56% from these just 4 major countries, and then other 44% from all over the world. So they committed. Now USA is not a partner of that because during the regime of Trump, they said we are not a partner of all of these things, but we have to do. We are not obliged to do anything. So you know, if someone is Basha, Basha is Basha. So the other said they are committed that they will reduce 2030, but still no one did anything. If you will see that coal-fired powered plants, they are the maximum greenhouse gas emission is from these coal-fired power plants, and still 2,400 are in the planning phase globally, and still they are working, and they have to use all these things. And the problem of as I mentioned early in the morning, from the households also, they are not able to use efficient environment friendly energy sources. If they will reduce and they will use these energy efficient resources, so you can see that 40% carbon dioxide will reduce from the atmosphere. This is from the household, and household is very you can say significant partner increasing the carbon dioxide in the air. And if they will do that 40%, then we can say $5 billion which we are spending on just these to clean the air. And if we will reduce this greenhouse gas emission, then we can achieve $12 billion per day. We can save it in the other term, because when we have air pollution, always when we have a greenhouse gas emission, always there are different problems. For that, for reducing those problems, we are spending for that. So a greenhouse gas emission can be reduced if we are use the different instrument. So we can increase the agriculture productivity. We have reduced the wildfire fires. We can reduce the level of sea. We can reduce the flooding. We can reduce the upsurge extreme temperature and severe weather storm. But we are not able to do that. Due to that reason, every day we came across these sort of things. The problem is what we have to do. You can see that there is a number of things which are there. This household sector is a really very bad, and this is our duty, and this is our moral duty, to reduce this what you can say this greenhouse gas emission and the carbon dioxide from the air. For example, this is the waste which we have. इसे आप कूड़ा करकट कहते हैं. Only 9% can be recycled or going to be recycled. 91% still in the air, still in the roads, still in the houses, still there. And what is the effect of that is a very bad effect. There is a effect of deterioration of the functions of human body organs, life expectancy, premature mortality rate, minor upper respiratory irritation, chronic 5 minutes. Okay. So number of diseases are there. So what we have to do? The thing is, if you are the student of accountancy, you know that we have a triple bottom line. The first priority to the people, second priority to the planet, and third priority to the prosperity or the profit. So we have say 3 P's. But when we have the moral avenue, so we have the 5 P's. The fourth one is peace. Without peace, we cannot. And peace is from the individuals. If I am the king of Allah maaf kare, I'm the king of any country. So this is my duty, the moral duty to maintain the peace in the world. If we are the individuals, we do this. And the second thing is participation, partnership. So everyone has to consider himself as a moral duty. He has to participate in reducing the green gas house emissions. You know, whenever we have these sort of things, there are number of problems from the different, I have no time to discuss. But the one thing is that is known as a conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption is the very bad thing nowadays, which is increasing the greenhouse gas emission. And it is also increasing the inequality in the world. What happened? Conspicuous consumption means those goods which are the sign of prestige. And everyone wants to use those, because I am a poor man, but I want to use those things which is using by the rich people. And due to that reason, I am borrowing from the bank. And I am in indebtedness, and due to indebtedness, inequality is increasing. I have to pay interest rate, I have to pay different things, and due to that reason, this inequality is increasing. When this inequality is increasing, what happened? I'm consuming more and more and more. And when we say that, when we are consuming more and more on the street, so 40%, more than 45% litter we are spreading in the street, in the air, and everywhere. A number of things which you see that we are drinking like these bottles, and we are throwing these bottles. We have a Pepsi, we have different types of wrappers, and we are throwing in the air. And ultimately, this is creating the problem. So this conspicuous consumption. Before I know that 15 years, 20 years back, we don't know what is this. Nobody is drinking. Just we have a glass and water. We're drinking that. We don't know about these crisp things on this chocolate, and number of wrappers are there. Not only here, everywhere. But no, before these things are there, but it's using by the rich people. But now everyone is using this, and due to the consumption of these things, there is a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, and this is our moral duty. And this is my request to all of participants. They have to take this oath that we will use our own energies and to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, inshallah. So my time is finished. Jazakumullah khair, Umair. Umair is very good. He's giving me a very small time because it is good for me. Otherwise, I have not anything to say. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So kind of you, Professor Ajid. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll move to the video presentation. As I mentioned earlier, that Dr. Rahmat Agung Hidayatullah, he was unable to join us physically, so he has sent us his recorded video. And the topic of his speech is Aligning the Philosophy and Practice of Islamic Human Resource Development to Face Global Challenges at WIEFC-based University.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rahmat Agung Hidayatullah, member of authors from Unida Gontor, Indonesia, University of Darussalam Gontor, Indonesia. I want to present my paper on the title Aligning the Philosophy and Practice of Islamic Human Resource Development to Face Global Challenges at WIEFC-based University. The existence of human resource places a cohesive working mechanism in the organization. In the realm of campus education, student daily life are an inseparable part of Islamic insight and religious spirit through learning method and conceptually and practices. Furthermore, the student of human resource development both from the theological side, management ontology, philosophical discourse, and methodological axiology is also a central element that immediately cannot be ruled out. The study of mechanism of campus, organizational growth, and human involvement in human resource development is nothing but a form of exploration of the concept of humans as the best creation Aksanottakbin, as the Fajrons on earth, Khalifatullah, a group of intellectuals, Ul Albab, and the actualization of natural protection by maximizing the potential in human Insan Kamil. And then phenomena in campus activities such as learning activities, amaliyah ta'limiyah, activity supervision amaliyah muraqabah, through international of civilization ta'dib and tarbiyah. This paper aimed to further review the concept of Islamic human resource development at Wakaf-based university as an effort to produce entrepreneurship capability of students in campus environment that integrated dormitory system and academic activities, namely in the University of Darussalam, Gontor in Indonesia. Unidang Gontor is leading Wakaf-based university in Indonesia that also utilizes Wakaf funds for the purpose of economic empowerment. Based on above background, the author formulated the study problem as follows. How does process Islamization occur in the field of human to develop Islamic human resource development HRD? Number two, how does the concept of man in the perspective as in a worldview differ from the concept of man in other worldview? And number three, how is the development of Islamic resource development based on the implemented at Wakaf-based university to face global challenges? Based on the formulation above, the objective of this study are as follows. Number one, explain in detail and in deep how the process Islamization occurred in HRD with focus on IHRD development. Number two, identify the value and principle that shape the Islamic view of human being. Number three, provide a deeper understanding of implementation of HRD at Wakaf-based university to face global challenge. Our literature review, there are three elements of worldview. Number one is God is core belief of HRD. Number two, human as subject of IHRD. And number three, nature as a complementary of IHRD. This particular study is considered field research. The method of data collection are interviews, observation, various form of documentation such as recording, photos, slide, book, and scientific journals. Since the data is narrative based, is classified as qualitative research. In this grounded research, the process will be through several phases, namely problem formulation, data collection, data preparation and analysis, and discussion of comparison of result with previous literature or theory. Through this step, researcher succeeded in developing four types of conceptual framework that reflect the relationship between the first core category, the second core category, and the main core category. Our result, human resource development, looking at the context of UNIDA emphasizes family welfare, morality, and spirituality and as integral part of HRD, creating a holistic approach involving aspects of faith or iman, truth, talk or ilmu, and good deed or aman, performance evaluation at UNIDA focuses more on character development and holistic well-being, in contrast to quantitative metric commonly used in conventional HRD. The process of Islamization at UNIDA is rooted in deep understanding of human element. Human being as complex being possess elements such as reason, heart, and passion that play a key role in development of the individual. There are 5 layers of the process of Islamization, including intuition, encompass, product, behavior, sciences, and worldview. Islamization at UNIDA involves improving key elements in these layers to form individuals who are aware and consistent in applying Islamic principles in life and sciences. My research findings show that the concept of Islamization at Universitas Darussalam Gontor is an approach that integrated philosophical and practical elements. Synthesis as a concept of integration between science and Islamic values became a guideline in the Islamization of science in UNIDA, emphasizing the importance of integrating Islamic value is all aspects of life and science. The clear and structured vision of world-class university mission and campus school supports the direction and objective of Islamization of science at UNIDA, demonstrating the determined to become a globally superior university with a strong Islamization approach. Our recommendation, number one, further research could focus on human resource development based on efficacy, ideological or cultural calculation. Number two, further research could focus on the efficacy of human resource development in developing certain competencies. Alhamdulillah, and thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I hope Dr. Ahmed is watching us live back home. Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Now I would invite our next presenter, and she will be speaking on factors leading to and consequences of an effective internal Sharia audit function in Malaysian Islamic financial institutions. Please welcome Dr. Noor Laili Abdul Ghani.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to everyone. I think presenting during evening session is quite challenging, especially during winter. Okay, so today I'm going to present about factors leading to and consequences of an effective internal Sharia audit function in Malaysian Islamic financial institutions. So before we look at what are the factors leading to and consequences of effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function, let's look at what is the focus of effectiveness that I'm going to point out. It is about achieving a set of objectives. And if we look at the definition of effective internal audit function provided by IIA 2010, it is about achieving objective assurance, effective internal control system, as well as effective risk management and effective governance. So from that definition, I built up into the effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function, which is about achieving independent, doing independent assessment, and then to provide the objective assurance of Sharia compliance in Islamic financial operations, as well as having a better management of Sharia non-compliance risk. So why do we need to study about the effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function, especially to look at the factors leading to and the consequences of effective internal Sharia audit function? It's because of all Islamic financial institutions in Malaysia has already established the Sharia control functions, which includes risk management, Sharia audit function, Sharia review function. So in terms of practices, it's already there. But how can we ensure that every single Islamic financial institution have already come up with a function that is effective and being able to achieve better management of Sharia non-compliance risk? So that's why I'm going to look at examining the elements that contribute to and the outcome of an effective internal Sharia audit function, and the scope of my study is in Malaysia for all Islamic financial institutions in Malaysia. This study is so significant because it can enhance the accountability of Islamic financial institutions, as well as providing some efficient regulatory measures and monitoring. Okay, so based on the literature review, overall, in terms of the literature review, a lot of studies have been done on effective internal audit function. So those are the studies. And some of the studies have been done on effective internal Sharia audit function, but that study is being done in Bahrain, in Yemen. So I'm going to look at the measurement, the factors and consequences of effective internal Sharia audit function, especially in Malaysian context. So some of the factors I have get it from the previous study on the effectiveness of internal audit function, together with the current study being done in the context of internal Sharia audit function. So the research gap is there, limited study being done to look into the factors that will influence the effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function. And once the Sharia audit function is effective, what will be the consequences of that? All right, so these are my theoretical framework. So basically, in order for an organization to achieve, to be effective, they need to depend on certain factors within their organizational structure. So in Islamic financial institution, these are the 4 factors that will be contingent upon establishing an effective internal Sharia audit function, which is internal control system, Sharia risk management function, management support, and function of Sharia committee members. So as a consequences, once the internal Sharia audit function is effective in Islamic financial institution, the IFIs is accountable to provide the full disclosure and social accountability to demonstrate their compliance on Sharia. So that's why I would like to look into the extent of Sharia governance disclosure provided in the director's report, as well as the extent of Sharia compliance disclosure provided in the Sharia committee report. Okay, so I have developed 6 hypotheses to establish the theoretical framework, right? So in terms of the methodology, so this is a quantitative research method. I'm looking into Islamic financial institution as a unit of analysis. So basically, I'm studying, this study is being developed according to the institutional perspective. So it is a small total population because we have 47 Islamic financial institutions in Malaysia. But in the end, the final sample that I've got is only 39. So I have developed the measurement based on the current regulatory framework that has been issued in Malaysia, and my measurement has been validated by the expert through the expert validation test. And I have adopted survey questionnaire to be distributed to the head of Sharia audit as the respondent in each Islamic financial institution. So one institution only have one responses from the head of Sharia audit. So they will answer about how effective are they in terms of establishing their internal Sharia audit function, and whether those factors in their institution is effective or not. And on the other hand, to see in terms of the consequences of effective audit function, I have done the content analysis on the annual report for each and every Islamic financial institution to look at the extent of Sharia compliance disclosure in the director's report as well as the Sharia committee report. So based for the data analysis, I have adopted the partial PLS structured equation modeling. Okay, so based on the PLSM results, we can see that out of 6 hypotheses that I have developed, only one hypothesis that shows positive and significant. And as we can see from the formative structure modeling, I adopt formative structuring modeling because the measurement that I have developed is like really define the variable that I have included in my framework. So as you can see here, the powerful prediction is, oh sorry, I cannot see my slide. Okay, the most powerful prediction is actually for this framework is in terms of the internal control system. So only internal control system that shows positive and significant influence towards effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function. So we can discuss on the results and findings why it is only internal control system that shows contingent positive effect on the effectiveness of internal Sharia audit function, probably because COSO internal control system that I have adopted as the measurement in my study, it has been widely established in all Islamic financial system, in all Islamic financial institution in Malaysia. Whereas why the other factors are not, it is positive. I mean, the relationship is positive, but not that significant. Probably because if we look at the Sharia risk management function as of now, maybe the current function and process are still insufficient, probably because they are still using the conventional risk, I mean, to get the Sharia risk management function is being done together with the conventional risk management. And in terms of the management support, maybe the management is still indifferent on the nature of internal Sharia audit function. And the function of Sharia committee members, probably the current function is still, and the responsibility is still insufficient. Whereas when I look at the consequences of effective internal Sharia audit function towards the disclosure in annual report, still the relationship is positive but not that significant. Maybe because the current regulation still not in line with full disclosure accountability. Yeah, they are still wanting to meet only the minimum disclosure requirement, not like go beyond what has been required. Same goes with the extent of Sharia compliance disclosure in the Sharia committee report. Majority of Islamic financial institutions only follow the minimum disclosure requirement. Okay, and as a conclusion, based on the framework that I have developed, only internal control system that shows a dominant contingent factor on an effective internal Sharia audit function, and whereas all other factors indicate a positive relationship, but the relationship is not significant. So I would say that there is a crucial need for further improvement to effectively manage Sharia non-compliance risk. And my recommendation is that since internal control system is the dominant contingent factor towards effective internal Sharia audit function, probably we need a dedicated Sharia internal control framework. And since Sharia risk management is not significant to influence effective audit, maybe there is a need to have a dedicated Sharia risk management framework, and there's a crucial need to enhance management competency in understanding better management of Sharia non-compliance risk, as well as when I look at the results of across all Islamic financial institutions, it shows that the full-fledged Islamic financial institution has developed effective level of Sharia audit function as compared to other type of Islamic banks. So that's why the findings would help other type of Islamic financial institution to foster the Sharia compliance risk culture. And there's a need for the Islamic banks to enhance the Sharia disclosure requirement in the annual report. So with that, that's all from me. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the gentleman in front cannot see me while presenting. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Noor. But we were able to listen to your wonderful thoughts. It was nice to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short announcement. Professor Azid, he has a flight scheduled right away after a few hours, so he wants to leave. I would request all management to present him his shield and the certificate. And to do the honor, I would like to request Professor Shabib Haider Syed to please come in front of stage. I can see some of my students sitting over here, but they are not clapping. Where are they? Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Azid. It was nice to have you here once again. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have another video presentation. And our next presenter, he will be... Sir. We wish you safe journey, sir. So our next presenter, he will be talking about WIEFC potentials and challenges, a lesson from Pakistan. And it will be Dr. Muhammad Usman Saab.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. This is Dr. Muhammad Usman, a postdoctoral research fellow at Islamic Research Institute, International Islamic University, Islamabad. First of all, I would like to thank you to the 7th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference organizers and to the Minhaj University for such a wonderful and beneficial conference. In this conference, the title of my presentation is WIEFC Potentials and Challenges, a lesson from Pakistan. As all of you know, aware that we have to complete our presentation within 8 minutes. So my slides are self-explanatory and I will just focus to the findings, conclusion, policy recommendation and a proposed book of model. These are my content. As you know, my scope is public and private WIEFC. I will discuss for the both public and private WIEFC rules and regulations, potentials in public and private WIEFC, challenges faced by the public and private WIEFC, and conclusion and policy recommendation with a proposed hybrid WIEFC model. To understand the concept of WIEFC, we have an example from the life of Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. When Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala came to the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and he said, I would like to endow one of my land, valuable land from Khaybar. So Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to him, in Shehta, habbasta aslaha wa tasaddaqta biha. If you want to hold the original and charity the proceeding from it. So Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu endorsed with the condition that la yubayu asluha wala yuhabu wala yurithu, cannot be sale the original and cannot be gifted and cannot be inherited. So these conditions create perpetuity, irrevocability and inalienability. Waqf is known as one of the earliest model of an endowment with the characteristic of perpetuity, inalienability, and irrevocability. These characteristics offer all essential, including religious, social, economic, and educational needs. In perspective of economics, Waqf is a persistent public service that utilizes a private wealth to establish institution for the public benefit. Consequently, Waqf is a private institution or trust which provides support to the government in public services. However, in Islam, it is the responsibility of state which has to provide assistance to the common welfare, but Islam also authorized the third sector, including an institution of Waqf and an institution of Waqf to help the state in prosperity and public welfare. These are some records from the history we discuss from the life of companions Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and these are from the Mamluk till the Ottoman Empire with the reference and name of the work of institutions. This is literature review and this is my policy. Sorry, this is my methodology. I am following the qualitative research. Data collection and data analysis methods are available here. For validation, I use multiple data sources and member checking. And the objective of my research is to explore the work of potential in Pakistan, both in public and private work, and to explore the work of challenges faced in Pakistan, both in public and private work, and to propose a work of model for work of development. These are the rules and regulations, some laws from Pakistan, public Waqf from the different states and provinces, Punjab, Sindh, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Kashmir, and especially capital territory and Baltistan. When we come to the private Waqf, we know that in Pakistan, private Waqf are considered under the not-for-profit sector. That's why in Pakistan, private Waqf are registered as Society Act 1860, Trust Act 1862, or under the Section 42 Private Limited Company. These are the some evidences from the public Waqf. You can see shops, houses, plots, masajid, graveyard, rooms, and others. I will just focus to the agriculture and commercial land. You can see in Punjab we have 74,964 acre land. In Sindh, we have 10,912 acre land, same as in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, 2,113. And similarly, we have some commercial sections. So we have very huge potential, including Kashmir, about the Waqf in public sector. These are some evidences. How the Waqf institution are generating their resources, I have mentioned here self-explanatory. Due to the limit of time, I will just show to all of you some social services available here and some religious attraction. From the private Waqf, I selected few Waqf from Pakistan, and you can easily understand and see the financing entity, funding, resourcing, fund management, and their fund utilization. As my objective is to focus on my findings and hybrid model. So just come to the issues and challenges from the government side, public institution and private institution. You can easily differentiate, and from the societies. So you can pause and easily watch and find the detail from my paper. So the study found that the country has huge potential in public and private Waqf. In private sector, Waqf are not aligned with the Waqf laws and incorporated mostly as trust, foundation, society, and private limited company. In a public sector, Awqaf under the government has great potential as compared to the private and having a huge amount of asset in real estate, agriculture, commercial, etc. in various area and various province of Pakistan. These are my policy recommendation. Consistent Waqf laws, the Waqf need robust laws, need and regulatory framework for the both public and private Waqf. Waqf laws, in Waqf laws, we need to segregate the definition of Waqf, their binding principles, and etc. We have to understand that the government officials, staff should be familiar about the concept of Waqf and their auxiliaries. And Waqf asset and properties and business should be exempted from the all form of taxes. And good governance require competent and highly qualified officers and staff that should have good moral, interpersonal, and managerial skills. An establishment Waqf has mandatory to audit and manage their accounts. Furthermore, Islamic financial institution can play a great role, and there is a strong need to introduce Waqf in the national curriculum. And finally, in the country, there should be a single body and authority having information databases regarding the Waqf properties. This institution will facilitate government in legislation, Waqf institution in human capital development, and etc. Finally, this is my proposed Waqf model. We have Mamlukat Waqf, non-Waqf assets. What can be the holding of Waqf? We have Waqf seat. From Waqf seat, we can invest them in the real estate business, financial sector and businesses. And from these investment, we can develop Waqf distribution. And from the Mamlukat Waqf, we have another channel to develop a Waqf institution. So in the final, you can see in hybrid Waqf model, we have Mamlukat Waqf and Waqf seat. And from these both sources, we can develop any Waqf institution for health, education, and anything else. Thank you all of you. I hope I have completed my presentation within a time limit. Thank you all of you, and I am available for any Q.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Usman. I hope you can see us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter, he will be talking about a Waqf-based credit card structure for Islamic banks. I would like to request Mr. Muhammad Ammar Ashraf to present his paper.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem, amma ba'd. Respected teachers, colleagues and students, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muhammad Ammar Ashraf and I am here to present my research paper on the topic of a Waqf-based credit card structure for Islamic banks. As we are aware that the credit card is a need of time. And in the recent times, we all are facing the situation in which we have observed that the use of this credit card becomes mandatory. We also know that the contract of the conventional credit card is a riba-based contract. So as per Sharia, it is an impermissible contract and inappropriate to use this conventional credit card. In order to meet the demand of the credit card, some Islamic banks have also introduced the concept of the credit card, the structures of the credit card based on tawarruq, ujra, and ina. But the issue is none of the structure of above mentioned structure is accepted by a majority of the Sharia scholars of the industry. So we need a structure, there is a dire need to develop a structure which is acceptable to majority or all of the Sharia scholar of the industry. So I have enhanced my research in this field and tried to develop a structure which is based on cash waqf, which is this is the credit card structure model based on the cash waqf. So the number one is this contract. This model includes both compensatory and non-compensatory contracts. There are four parties in this contract. Number one is customer, the one who is willing to avail the credit facility. Number two is bank, the one who is willing to offer the credit facility. Number three is Waqif, which will create a waqf pool. And number four is waqf pool, which is a separate entity. So first of all, bank will create a waqf pool, and now bank will work in two capacities. Number one, as a bank, and number two, as a Waqif and waqf pool manager of the waqf pool. And bank will create a waqf deed in which he will incorporate the masale of waqf and the conditions of the waqf pool. These are the masale of the waqf, which is loan, qarza hasana, charity, hiba, kafala, and hawala. And the conditions are, the number one condition is all waqifin must sign a waqf deed which include helping individual via qarza hasana, hiba, sadqa, kafala, or wakala. The amount for the membership will be set by the pool administrator, which will be changed on case-to-case basis. For example, if someone needs 5 lakh rupees from the waqf pool, their membership fee will be 6 lakhs. A bank would then submit the 6 lakh rupees on their behalf. The second condition is the amount required by the waqf pool. The amount required by the waqf pool will be submitted by the bank on behalf of the customer. And the number three condition is, in a particular case of credit card, the waqf pool will prioritize assisting its customer through hiba. However, the pool managers also have a sole discretion to provide support in the form of kafala, hawala, and qarza hasana. So, the situation is, customer wants money. Right now, he has no money. He wants to avail this credit card facility. To who will the customer will ask the bank to provide the membership fee. The amount required by the customer to be a member of the waqf pool will be submitted by the bank on behalf of the customer on the waqf pool, which is 6 lakh rupees. This will be submitted by the bank on behalf of the customer. So the situation is, if a customer requires a credit card limit of 5 lakh rupees, the bank will allocate 6 lakh rupees to a waqf pool. However, in accordance with the waqf pool condition mentioned above, the customer will only be eligible for 5 lakh rupees as a gift in the form of waqf pool, in the form of hiba in the waqf pool. The remaining 1 lakh rupees in the waqf pool will be managed by the waqf pool manager. After deducting the fee of 90,000 rupees, the pool manager will invest this amount in Sharia compliant avenues. The profit will be generated will be solely will be to the pool. Solely the pool is the owner of this profit. The funds within the waqf pool will be utilized solely for the betterment of the society. In accordance with the condition established by the waqf pool, the assistance can be extended in the form of qarza hasana, hawala, or charity. On the customary part, the customer is liable to repay 6 lakh rupees to the bank because he has availed the membership and availed 5 lakh rupees from the waqf pool, and this membership which is eligible of the member of the waqf pool, this membership will be done by the bank on behalf of the customer, and bank is submitted this 6 lakh rupees on behalf of the customer on the waqf pool. Firstly, bank will demand 5,10,000 rupees from the customer, not a 6 lakh rupees, because bank has already recovered 90,000 rupees from investment as an investment agent of the waqf pool. So now bank will only demand 5,10,000 rupees from the customer, but there is a twist in this model that bank can also demand 90,000 rupees at a late payment charge, late payment fee as a penalty, because the bank will only request 5,10,000 rupees from the customer for giving the remaining 90,000 rupees which the bank has already recovered as the wakala fee for managing the pool. At this point, bank has recovered its entire principal amount of 6 lakh rupees, with 90,000 rupees from the wakala fee and 5 lakh 10,000 rupees from the customer. So, if the customer delays the payment of the 5 lakh 10,000 rupees, bank has the right to impose a late payment charge. Bank has a cushion to impose a late payment charge up to 19,000 rupees, which will be the income of the bank. However, the bank will only demand the initial 5 lakh 10,000 rupees and waive the remaining 90,000 rupees, as it has already received its total amount. If the customer further delays the payment after paying the 90,000 rupees as late payment charges, the bank will refrain from imposing additional late payment charges, as the cushion for the late payment has been completed. At this stage, the bank can only accept the payment amount as a charity, which will not contribute to the bank's income. If the bank managed to sell 5,000 rupees through this model, then we will have a 50 million amount in the Waqf pool, and which is not in the ownership of the bank, not in the ownership of a customer, not in the ownership of a state bank. This amount, 50 million amount, will solely belong to the Waqf pool, and we will disperse the amount as per the condition and masale of Waqf. I hope you all understand the concept. If you have any question, you can ask. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Ammar Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the second last presentation of this session. And the topic of this presentation is urgency of Sharia governance for Waqf management. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Henry Tanjung from Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. क्या हाल है? ठीक है? ठीक है ना? ठीक ठाक हो? हरियत से? Actually, I would like to present my paper about urgency of Sharia governance for Waqf management. This is not usual research. This is policy brief research funded by Central Bank of Indonesia. So I and my friend did this research, complete, done. So I want to show you the results. This project funded by Central Bank of Indonesia, 2.5 million rupees. And okay, next. Yeah, I am Henry Tanjung. I am associate professor Ibn Khaldun University, Indonesia. Same with this name of these buildings, Ibn Khaldun Block, but namanya Ibn Khaldun University. So same Ibn Khaldun. And in the country, I was appointed by President of Indonesia as a member of Indonesian Waqf Board. So the great responsible for dealing with 400,000 Nazirs, whole country, whole Indonesia. 400,000 Nazirs. So this is not easy task. This is very difficult task actually. And what our central bank asked our Indonesian Waqf Board, please make an instrument to measure the Sharia governance in Waqf organization. How? Can you make it? I fund this research, please, and we complete in 1 year. Okay, so this is not usual research. This is policy brief research and expensive research actually. Next. Literature review. I took 10 papers. One of them is Professor Rusni Hassan paper on and Adnan Yusuf 2020. And from 10 papers that I reviewed, some practice of Waqf governance has been investigated, but not formulated. in Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Republic of Guinea. At least in 4 countries has been investigated. Most of them conclude that the Wakaf governance is not practiced well. Okay? Some of them propose some aspects must be included in the governance of Wakaf. There is no literature which mention what kind of dimensions and indicators which can be implemented to measure Wakaf governance. And we did it. Therefore, this study has significant role to be accomplished. Next. Methodology. Data of this study was taken from document of Wakaf core principles. You know, this Wakaf core principles is okay. Wakaf core principles is an initiative of Indonesian Wakaf Board and Bank Sentral of Indonesia and launched in the annual meeting of World Bank and IMF 2018. Okay, so this Wakaf core principles is a worldwide document launched in annual meeting of World Bank and IMF 2018 in Bali, Indonesia. So we use it because this also, I'm also as a team to formulate the Wakaf core principles. Sharia governance in Wakaf core principles comprises 5 principles. Okay, we around 7 countries together, international working group to make this Wakaf core principles, and we built 5 principles. Firstly, operational and Sharia compliant risk. Second one, Sharia compliance and internal audit. So we combine with Sharia and audit. Thirdly, financial reporting and external audit. Fourthly, disclosure and transparency. And fifthly, abuse of Wakaf services. So these 5 included in Sharia governance in the Wakaf core principles. Next. The essential and additional criteria of each principles then was used to derive indicators of Sharia governance. Because I'm also, Dr. Irfan, also in the team of the Wakaf core principles, so it's easy for us to elaborate more. After getting the dimensions indicators of Sharia governance, the next step is to have a focus group discussion of stakeholders to complement the dimensions and indicators. Next. Results. Based on Wakaf core principles, number 25 to number 29, there are 5 dimensions of Sharia governance I mentioned before. The result is 5 dimensions and 25 indicators. What are the 25 indicators? I could not tell you because this is the policy brief result from the Central Bank of Indonesia. But if you want, I can give you. The focus group discussion is held to comment these dimensions and indicators. So there are 21 persons attending the focus group discussion coming from Indonesian Wakaf Board, Bank Sentral of Indonesia, World Zakat and Wakaf Forum, International Islamic University Malaysia also has a role in this focus group discussion, IPB University Indonesia, Ibn Khaldun University Indonesia, Al-Madinah International University Malaysia, Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan also. We asked one expert from Pakistan, and Sokoto State Endowment Commission from Nigeria, and educational consultant from Uganda. 10 countries. We engage all the experts in 10 countries to develop this criteria and dimensions. And this FGD is held on Tuesday, 14th of November 2023 for 4 p.m. to 5:25 p.m. Jakarta time. Next. Based on this FGD, there is objection to the dimensions and indicators of Sharia governance based on WCP number 25 to 29. 2 dimensions, which is very important, added. So before 5 dimensions, after FGD, 2 dimensions become 7 dimensions. The 2 dimensions is fatwa on Wakaf operation and system, and the second one is the Sharia audit. So you have also Sharia audit not only financial audit, but not only internal audit or external audit, but Sharia audit. Therefore, the dimensions of Sharia governance consists of 5 before plus 2. As a result, the dimensions and indicator of Sharia governance are 5 dimensions and 32 indicators. Next slide. Now, this one, before FGD, the left side, and after FGD, the right side. And you can see, before FGD, operational and Sharia compliant risk 5 indicators. After FGD, operational and Sharia compliant risk 7 indicators. So all 33 indicators. Next. Conclusion. Sharia governance is urgent for Wakaf management, of course, in all organizations. Yeah, governance, good corporate governance, good Wakaf governance, Sharia governance is very important. In the Wakaf core principles document, Sharia governance comprises 5 principles, and after we have some research, we added to 7 dimensions and become 33 indicators from 25 indicators. And this is as a conclusion. And next slide. This is a recommendation. To measure the implementation of Sharia governance in Wakaf institutions, those 7 dimensions and 33 indicators can be applied in all Wakaf organizations in all world. It is hoped that this, with this Sharia governance measurement, future Wakaf management will be guaranteed in terms of Sharia compliance, especially when Professor Hussein Muhyiddin said we should establish Muslim common Wakaf. Yeah? So it should be Sharia governance. Otherwise, there is no trust in that. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanjung. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of presenters who have presented their research, but I will share one finding with you. And according to my research, and my research is in line with a number of researchers, it states that having a hearty meal, we tend to sleep. Is it so? No. So moving towards the last presentation, which is a video presentation, and it talks about implementation of Sharaka principles in the establishment of a Waqf asset management company, and it will be presented by Dr. Helza Novalita. Please play the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable the Committee of 7th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference organized by Minhaj University Lahore, Pakistan on 27 and 28 January 2024. Thank you very much to give me a chance to join and present my paper in this great conference. And so honorable for all of audience. Alhamdulillah, it's great to see you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Helza Novalita, lecturer of Law Faculty, Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. I would like to present my paper with the title Implementations of Shirka Principles of Ownership in the Establishment of Wakaf Asset Management Company. Let me share my PPT. This paper, based on research with my college, Siti Masjito binti Muhammad from Academic of Islamic Studies, Universities Malaya, Malaysia, and with Suryama and Rapan Derajat, both of them from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. For the first present paper, I begin from the introductions. As we know that the Wakaf institutions in history has made a major contributions to the progress of human civilizations, including improving economic welfare in society. Of course, the role of Nazir is very important in managing wakaf, but independently or collaboration with business entities. Nazir, who manages wakaf, requires partnerships with various personal institutions. In Islamic concept, we know about shirkah as the basis for the establishment of business entity, included the effort to form a wakaf asset management company. This paper is have purpose to study how to implement the shirkah concept and the formations of wakaf management company. And we hope that this discussion will provide a new insights and rich knowledge in economic and wakaf law, including social engineering on the improvements of wakaf asset company. Because the concept of wakaf company is new wakaf contemporary for this area. And for the second sections, we will discuss about the literature review that we use in this paper. Begin from the what is the meaning of corporate wakaf? According to the wakaf under corporation, is more than a charitable and philanthropic act by a business entity. Is an initiative to combine a wakaf concept and apply it to achieve business and corporate objectives. Of course, it's have consequently it intends to redivide the role and functions of business organizations by giving back to society and then reaching out to the community. And based on the Wakaf Law Indonesia number 41 of 2004 on Wakaf has provided an extension of the function of Wakaf, not only for the sake of worship, but also for advancing for public welfare. Productive Wakaf development can be done by two companies. In Islamic, the company patent is related to the concept of shirkah. As shirkah is originally divided into categories. There is shirkah amlak, and then there is shirkah akad or contract company. For the methodology for this paper, we use the legal research and the research conducted by the older places for a basis on the judicial study of the company as a wakaf manager, and then the implementations of principle shirkah based on Islamic law, and then this research also includes example of corporate wakaf practices in the field. And then we describes the paper with descriptively in the form of descriptions. Okay, let this our discuss for the paper. As the result from the research, we know that among the shirkah concepts that can be implemented as wakaf management institutions are the concept shirkah amlak and shirkah ukut, especially for shirkah inan and shirkah al-mudarabah. And we know that the applications of the shirkah principle to the management of wakaf asset through contemporary companies today can be done among other structural investments of wakaf object, especially cash wakaf, which becomes the capital of independent wakaf company, such as warehouse in Singapore through processing company share from wakaf funds. And then the purchase of shares is carried out, among others, by Waqif through cash wakaf entrusted to Nazir, and then to distribute the proceeds of the wakaf of the share dividends for the wakaf alai or the for beneficiary of wakaf. And this is as practices by global wakaf in Indonesia. And very interesting, in Malaysia, there is the combined wakaf and CSR is practiced by Johor corporations company in Malaysia with synergize wakaf practices with their CSR programs. And then we know that uh, there are usually the wakaf company based on the cash wakaf, and we can implementation the shirka inans because cash money is part of the inans that and in the development of cash money in Indonesia, we know about the fatwa from the Majlis Ulama Indonesia that states that shares or stocks is part of cash wakaf. And then we know that share wakaf is very develops pattern for development wakaf for this area because we know this the capital of company is usually based on the shares, and no share can be object wakaf. Besides the concepts, the CSR in Malaysia has successful to combine the wakaf and the CSR. In Indonesia, the concept of CSR is carried out by the Philips Securities Company. They collaborations with the Dompet Duafa Foundation through the application of Syirka Mudarabah principles. Dompet Duafa act as the free capital owner while Philips Securities as the manager. Of course, as manager, Philips Securities has the right to share profit. But Philips Securities doesn't take to its shares and mix their CSR programs. The synergy between wakaf and CSR is suitable combination. Thus, CSR programs will be implemented in the suitable manner due to the external nature of wakaf. Okay, as the conclusions for this paper, the application of Syirka principle to the formation of wakaf based on company can be carried out to the implementation of Syirka Amlak, which is an alliance of joint ownership of assets that can be obtained from various transactions. It goes transfer of ownership, which is in Sharia permitted, such as through grants, buying, and selling, inheritance, and so on. And then the application of wakaf in Syirka is jointly owned assets that are donated and managed jointly or through a third party, then the results are channeled towards the purpose of the wakaf pledge. Like with Syirka akad or ukut can be applied from the concept of Syirka inat and Syirka mudar. It can be alliance capital originating from cash wakaf. Okay, that's the end of the presentation. I hope this presentation makes our development wakaf for better for the future, and develop wakaf can be synergized with company. And as recommendations, first, wakaf management, especially money, can also be done through companies engaged in Islamic finance, such as Islamic banks, where the money wakaf funds are invested through Islamic financial products or Islamic financial instruments. And second, as recommendations, wakaf management can be integrated with ESA programs, including implementing the principle of Syirka Mudarabah with the company and Nazir wakaf, where the profits from managing the share wakaf are used as company social funds with our channel through the Nazir wakaf. Okay, I would like to end this presentation by thank you very much for your time and attention, and I hope our presentation will useful for the development wakaf for the future. And I would like to thank you again, and I would like to thank uh,
Thank you very much, Dr. Lita. Ladies and gentlemen, while the presentation was being played, we have been joined by the Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Sadat. We welcome you, sir. Now we are done with our presentations, and now I would like to request Professor Dr. Shabib Haider Syed for his valuable comments on the papers and also share the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Umair. Well, the first thing which is comes into my mind is that we are engaging the students and engaging the such a intellectual people is most important thing in a conference. Later on, for me, the important thing is that Tosif Ezaz Saab left in hurry, and he used the word in his paper, leaving no one behind. But he left all us behind. And unfortunately, he also left Islamic epistemology behind, because his comments on sustainable development are valued, and it's a contribution from his side. If I look at the paper, like urgency of Sharia of our worthy intellectual, using the focus group discussion, and I will found that if we have been not restricted with time, he might have shared a lot of other things of his research, which we are not able to hear due to his time limitation. One thing which really put me in a thinking mode is that why we try to rationalize the existing instruments like credit card. One of our worthy colleague has mentioned, because if we say that it is not one of the innovation or invention of Islamic economics or Islamic finance, then it will be sufficient. And most of the conditions he put it are just arbitrary conditions. I mean, there is no scientific based on it, and ultimately who will bear the risk if they are not going to, people are not going to pay back. So that is one of the issue which concern me, a Waqf-based credit card structure for Islamic banks, as well as my one comment on the paper. My right-hand side worthy colleague said, I have read the paper and I found that internal control system and Sharia audit was significant. But if I look at the model, the R-square is very high and with insignificant coefficient, and but less than 10 of VIF. Technically speaking, I would say that it shows that variables lacks the variation. That is why the structural equation modeling, which we call pathway coefficients, that path coefficients become insignificant. Because R square is high, but if t value is less than 1, then R square should not be such a high value. So I will suggest that she will look at it again, the variations in the model. The most importantly, my thinking is that uh, that is a very good idea by put by Rosni Hassan that Waqf is an instrument through which we provide social protection. Especially the countries like us need more education, better health condition. So this is a good idea that some way the Muslim countries use it, and it will be their contribution towards the social protection, and that is important to understand that living in a developing country, the people need education, health on the priority basis. The the last my concern is that I hope that maybe some of you take it as a future research challenge, that how to put this in a monetary management of the economy at macro level. We have Islamic finance, we have Islamic banks, but how if a future Islamic central bank is there? How that is going to manage those instruments, and what will be the role of monetary policy? Because we are mixing up. Security exchange is something separate, because overall system should be more complicated than looking at them individually. I am very thankful to our learner, uh, paper writers, and faculty and teachers and students, that they have really shown the discipline and patience with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shabib. Ladies and gentlemen, time for distribution of souvenirs and certificates. And to do the honor, may I request the Vice Chancellor to please come in front of stage. I would also request Professor Dr. Shabib Haider Syed to please join him in front of the stage. Dr. Usman, wait a minute. First, I would request Dr. Henry Tanjung to please come in front of the stage and receive his souvenir and certificate. Please give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They are our guests from overseas. Next, I would request Dr. Noor Laili Abdul Ghani. Please come in front of stage and receive your souvenir, which is a token of appreciation and acknowledgement from Minhaj University, Lahore. Next, I would request Mr. Muhammad Ammar Ashraf to please come in front of stage and receive his souvenir. A warm round of applause for Dr. Laili. Mr. Muhammad Ammar Ashraf, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would request Professor Datin Dr. Rosni Hassan to please come in front of stage and receive your souvenir. Minhaj University is very thankful to you that you come all the way from Malaysia. Now I would request over the Vice Chancellor to present the souvenir to our session chair, Professor Dr. Shabib Haider Sayyed. Now I would like to invite, in the echo of your applause, the session coordinator of this session, Mr. Umair Abbas. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This brings the proceedings of our day one come to an end. And please do join us tomorrow. Our technical sessions start at 9:45 sharp. And inshallah, we'll have another day of back-to-back discussions and very interactive sessions. Till then, good evening and goodbye for now. Now you guys can have photo sessions with our speakers.
One is that the thing may be halal, but taking overdose, it is injurious to your health. One medical science report I read that poultry chicken and especially in the kids who are taking it, आपने ये देखा होगा facial appearance, the hairs उनके ज़्यादातर निकल आते हैं because they are given hormones. In 45 days, a chicken which takes birth is ready to be cooked in your kitchen. It means that has been given hormones. Anything which is artificially induced, it always generates problems because you have shortened its maturity period. And how can it be safe for your consumption? I'm no one to criticize whether it is halal or haram. I'm purely talking about the scientific point of view and the medical sciences point of view that it is not good. And don't read any Muslim article or anyone. Read the medical sciences, what they talk about the poultry chicken. Go for halal tayyib, bring it to your home, keep it for 7 days, give the feed you have at your home, not the feed you get in the market, and then you can enjoy it.
Thank you, Mr. Rifatullah. So, our presenter Abdul Ibrahim also wants to contribute in this question.
Okay, in addition to what the previous respondent, a consumption of chicken can be considered haram only when the slaughtering process does not follow Islamic teaching and ethics. Thank you.
Okay, maybe take one more question from lady side.
उधर चले जाओ यार.
Okay, no question from lady side. Then, okay, you please.
सर मेरा सर मुगीज से सवाल है कि आपने बात की थी कि हमें हलाल और हलाल तैयब के ज़्यादा फोकस हमारा हलाल तैयब की तरफ होना चाहिए. Is it possible to achieve this target under the umbrella of IMF economy?
इलेक्शन आने वाले हैं, तू मेरे से कोई बयान ना दिलवा दी है. देख भाई वापस भी जाना है मैंने, तो आजकल हालात ठीक नहीं है. तो यार, I don't want to be diplomatic. No, not at all. Period. I mean, IMF or World Bank, they are classic debt-based, interest-bearing debt-based society. No, Islam is not against debt. It is against interest-bearing debt. इस्लाम जो है वो देन या कर्ज के या डेट के ख़िलाफ़ नहीं है. ऐसे कई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स है, सो मैनी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इन इस्लामिक फाइनेंस. मुराबहा है, आपको पता नहीं कितना इस्लामिक फाइनेंस का पता है, बट दिस इज़ एन इस्लामिक फाइनेंस कोर्स. आई एम गेसिंग यू आर अवेयर ऑफ इट. ये 7 साल हो गए हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को. मुराबहा है, सलम है, इस्तिस्ना है. ये classic debt creating contract है. Islam likes debt, qard al-hasan, you know, I mean, लेकिन interest bearing debt ना हो. अभी IMF और World Bank जो हैं, आप जो मर्जी कर लें, you're starting it from आप, जब आप chaos theory ये कहती है, जो भी लोग complexity science थोड़ा अगर पढ़ा है, chaos theory ये कहती है कि the end result of your system depends on your initial conditions. If your initial conditions are wrong, system will be chaotic. If your initial conditions are right, system would be orderly. तो आप initial conditions आप खराब रखें, बीच में आप जितना मर्जी जेड़ी चोटी का जोर लगा लें, you'll end up creating a mess of different sorts. So if your economy is ridden by debt that is coming from IMF, which we also all know is interest-bearing debt, you know how many billions of dollar debt interest payment has to be given on that. This is Pakistan you're talking about. I don't want to even go to numbers because they're so depressing. So simple answer is no, period. You just can't build a castle over a foundation that is evil. See what I mean? So yeah.
Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry, the chair, for my throat something. I just want to draw the attention of the people around here that the question of halal, haram in Islamic muamalat or financial dealings or businesses or whatever is something that is already predetermined by the Sharia. إن الحلال بين والحرام بين. The two are clearly explained. This is haram, this is halal. So why? Because each and every Muslim is in need of that knowledge. So it is a common knowledge among the Muslims that this is halal, this is haram. So the problem is وَبَيْنَهُمَا أُمُورٌ مُشْتَبِهَاتٌ. Between the two are things that are not clearly spelled or not clear. They are mutashabihat, ambiguous. So لا يعلمهن كثير من الناس. Most of the people do not know their verdicts. They may be halal, but they may also be haram. But the people of knowledge know that this is really halal and this is really haram. So as for such things that are so ambiguous in our mu'amalat, we are simply required to leave it. ومن اجتنب الشبهات استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. Whoever leaves ambiguous issues will be saved from his religious and his person. He will be saved from shame. So if you also want to, you must know. If you want to go into it, you must know the verdict. So you must go near to the people of knowledge in order to learn about ambiguous issues. But for the common practice of the Muslims, halal is manifest and haram is manifest, and this is a common knowledge required by each and every Muslim because of his day-to-day practices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing your view. Now I would like to conclude the session. First of all, I would like to thank the Minhaj University and team coordinator for providing this wonderful opportunity to connect the scholars from different countries. And it's a big opportunity for the local scholars to connect with the international professors for possible collaboration. So I would conclude the session. So we had two keynotes and five research papers. These papers are timely and interesting. I have went through the paper one by one last night, and what I observed, so this paper, the paper which I find, which is meeting the international journal standard, rest of the paper, there is always room for improvement. I find the very interesting exploring Islamic fintech patterns. So I find this paper very interesting. So it meets to make a place in a good impact factor top journals. So rest of the paper, they need to work on the argument development and hypothesis and what theories they are keeping and rigorousness in their methodology part, as well as they have to go for the robustness of their analysis. Few of the paper I observed, they are just either they are not towards descriptive stat or not towards the analytical side. They have to go for the robustness of test, and they are keeping a lot of long list of policy implications, recommendations, but these policy implications and recommendation must be based on the results, and this part is sloppy. And why I'm more critical, because the scholars have already put a lot of effort. If they have to focus on these points, then they can find a chance to fix their paper in a good journal. So overall, my view is the topics are very interesting, timely, and especially fintech domain. It's one of the fourth major pillar in today era. So how this fintech can contribute towards the Islamic banking and finance. Thank you so much for the audience, to the presenters and the Vice Chancellor, as well as management and coordinator and their team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Imran, for chairing this session. Now it is time to appreciate our panelists, keynote speaker, and presenters' work. So may I request the worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to please come in front of the stage. Head of Department, Dr. Kashif Durrani, and Dr. Ishfaq, Head of Accounting and Commerce. Could you please accompany him? So firstly, may I request Mr. Maurice Shoket to please come in front of the stage and receive his souvenir. Dr. Imran Ahmed Hanjra, sir. So this is the last activity for today. Please show some enthusiasm and give clapping. Next, Dr. Shahnaz Tahseen, could you please come in front of the stage? Dr. Abdul Ibrahim, could you please follow? Mr. Rifatullah Rifat, please. And lastly, Dr. Muhammad Awal Suleiman, please.
That certificates?
Yeah, did you have the certificate? And lastly, Dr. Muhammad Awal Suleiman, please. And then I'd like to invite myself to receive. Thank you, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood, the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore. With this, I would like to call it a day. I'm confident. Can we have a group photo, please, in front of the stage? And for tomorrow, I would like to request you all to please be here at 9:30 a.m. so that we can start sharply before 10 a.m. Thank you very much for your attendance.